Last year, I dove into all kinds of JRPGs. Not just the major new releases, but plenty of retro gems and forgotten oddities too. Some I've loved for decades, some I experienced for the first time, and a few I kinda wish I hadn't wasted my time with them. Today, I'm putting it all together. Every single JRPG I reviewed in 2024, whether it was a cult classic from the past or a modern hit. If you're looking for your next game to play, or you just want to see which titles stood the test of time, this is 2024 in a nutshell. Have you ever looked into a series and realized that the majority of the games are not main titles, but are mostly spin-offs? The Mana series, or Seiken Densetsu, is a victim to this. 11 games in the series, not including remakes or re-releases, and only 4 of them are mainline titles. Hey there, I'm Shinky, this is Shinky JRPGs, where we talk about anything and everything JRPG, and welcome to my review of Sword of Mana, the beginning of my Road to Visions of Mana review series, which will consist of Sword of Mana, the original Secret of Mana, the original Trials of Mana, and the ever so wonderful and revered Dawn of Mana. Do you sense my sarcasm? It was truly what some would call an experience. Anywho, Sword of Mana, released on August 29th, 2003, is a reimagining of the first Mana title, Final Fantasy Adventure. But is it a good reimagining? Well, that's why I'm here, to talk about Sword of Mana to find if it's even worth playing. Before we really get into the video, make sure to hit that like button and to subscribe. It really helps out the channel, and tell me, if you've played Sword of Mana, what were your thoughts on it? Anyways, time to pop your corn, ice your drink, get ready to hear about my honest experience of playing Sword of Mana. Now, you may have noticed that I called Sword of Mana a reimagining of Final Fantasy Adventure and not a remake. But hey, it tells the same story and gives a similar experience. It's definitely a remake. Well, yes, but no. While Sword of Mana follows the same basic story of Final Fantasy Adventure, it also deviates on several occasions and feels almost like an original story at times. Sword of Mana starts off with the game giving you the option to play as a boy or girl protagonist. So this is going to mean 2 different plots and give you replay value, right? Nope. Other than 1 or 2 major sections of the story, it's exactly the same, right down to the dialogue being identical, killing any real replay value or point of playing through the game a second time. As for what the story actually is, the game starts off with your chosen protagonist having a nightmare of the unchosen protagonist being killed. When you wake up, you're in a dungeon only to find out that you're a gladiator that fights monsters in a coliseum for Dark Lord's entertainment. Yes, that is the big antagonist's name, Dark Lord. So scary, so frightening, so terribly generic. Anyways, you manage to escape through the monster's entrance in the Coliseum, and you make your way to a cliffside. Dark Lord chases you down and corners you, eventually knocking you off the cliffside, causing you to tumble down to a field below, with seemingly no injuries, even though that fall would kill anybody else. Anyways, down below here you run into the protagonist you didn't choose at the beginning of the game, and you explain that you're on a mission to defeat Dark Lord as he murdered your sister when you were a child. After telling them this story, you are off on an adventure to collect the Sword of Mana so you can exact your revenge. After a bunch of adventures of traveling across the land, you find this Sword of Mana, which doesn't end up being an actual sword, but some feeling inside your heart, and then you kill Dark Lord. Yes, I realize this is almost every single anime plotline. It turns out, in the end, that Dark Lord was not the true villain, and he was just misguided. A little bit more adventuring, and you end up at the Temple of Mana with a dying Mana tree. You then kill the true villain, and the girl protagonist decides to sacrifice themselves and become the new goddess and tree of Mana. Honestly, the story isn't all that bad, which isn't necessarily all that bad for a game that was released in 1991. The reimagining, Sword of Mana, adds a whole lot of flavor dialogue that really fleshes out the characters' personalities and tries to make characters a bit more memorable, but it really doesn't do very much. I found a lot of this dialogue very obviously added in as filler, as most of the characters didn't stand out to me even then. I guess you can't expect too much from a game that originated in 1991, where story was just an up-and-coming mechanic. Is Sword of Mana a fun game to play? Well, kinda. Sword of Mana is definitely an improvement on Final Fantasy Adventure. The game plays like a top-down Zelda title, where you run from screen to screen, attacking enemies with your weapon of choice or by casting spells. Sword of Mana has the option of 8 different weapons, either a sword or staff, depending on your chosen character. On top of that, you have the option of using a bow, a scythe, a flail, your fists, a morning star, axe, or a spear, as well as 8 elements of magic spells. Each weapon has one of 3 traits, either jab, bash, or slash. Enemies have weaknesses and resistances to each type of attack or elements. This is one of the most frustrating aspects of Sword of Mana's combat to me. Several times I would run into a new enemy and spend forever just trying to figure out what spell or weapon actually did damage to that enemy, as most weapons or spells would do 0 damage, and I spent forever in a very slow menu. It results in you trying to attack with a weapon, it does no damage, so you open up the menu, open up the weapon menu, select the weapon you want, and then try the next weapon. Same with spells. You open up the menu, open up the element menu, and then you select the element of spell you want to use. It's very long, a very arduous trial and error process that got old very quickly. The weapons and spells are slowly earned throughout the story, and as you go on, you have more options to attack your enemies. Furthermore, the weapons and spells are also used to progress through dungeons as well. For example, the flail doubles as a hookshot kind of item to get you over gaps in designated spots, or you might need to use a specific spell to destroy a barrier. Additionally, Sword of Mana introduces classes that weren't in the original game. Every time you level up, you can choose one of 6 stat increase categories: Warrior, Monk, Sage, Magician, Thief, or Random. Classes are determined by what level ups you choose. For example, if you level up Warrior 5 times, you will become a fighter, and then you gain an additional 5 attack power when you're using a sword. It's a nice little addition, but because you're forced to use so many different weapons in the game, it kinda seems pointless near the end. I personally went with Dragon Master for the additional 25 attack power for spears, plus bonus elemental damage. Sword of Mana adopted Legend of Mana's weapon forging system. About 50% through the game, you gain access to weapon forging and tempering, which, yes, is item creation, the bane of my existence. What comes along with item creation? Materials, thus making most every treasure chest just full of materials that you don't know what to do with. The weapon forging system would be nice if you didn't have 7 weapons you had to cycle through all the time. Since you can't always use one weapon to kill all enemies, it becomes a grind to try and get good materials as drops from enemies, which are incredibly low rates of drops. I personally wish they didn't bother putting this mechanic into the game. Whatever happened to finding good old weapons in treasure boxes? I avoided it whenever possible, but eventually, I felt I had to create better weapons and armors as enemies started hitting harder and harder, and were soaking up more and more damage. What about plot progression? This is another thing that got on my nerves. Now, I understand that Final Fantasy Adventure was released in 1991, and yes, it was normal to feel the need to talk to every single NPC, hoping for a shred of information to figure out where to go next. This is exhausting. By 2003, we had a little bit better story structure and guidance for how to progress the plot. If you were able to change everything else in the game, why did you decide to leave this aspect the same, Square Enix? It doesn't make any sense to me. I had to always have a guide at the ready because the amount of times I got lost was mind-boggling. It is not fun to try and find that one NPC to trigger the flag that allows you to progress. Okay, I'm sick of being negative now. This is the one section where Sword of Mana shines. For a Game Boy Advance game, Sword of Mana looks beautiful. The art style is very reminiscent of Legend of Mana, right down to the color scheme. I really appreciate that Sword of Mana doesn't just use repeating tile sets. Each place looks unique, and most of the rooms in the game are unique and hand-drawn. It looks absolutely gorgeous. The game is incredibly vibrant for a game on a handheld device. Me, myself, am a person that really loves bright and colorful environments, and Sword of Mana does it incredibly well. Given the limited color palette you're given to work with on the Game Boy Advance, I was incredibly impressed. And I can't forget all about the sprite work. The main character sprites look amazing. I'll never not appreciate how much effort goes into sprite work, especially if you're going to be looking at these characters for 10 to 20 hours non-stop. They can't look bland. That'd totally ruin the experience of the game. However, most of all, I adored the monsters. This is where a lot of retro games struggle. Nothing is more frustrating than having every enemy look the same and bland. Luckily, that's not a concern with Sword of Mana. Every little Rabite, every Skull Warrior, and every Choban Hood looks so detailed and adorable. Enemies do suffer from the recolored syndrome, but I'm willing to give it a pass because of how much work went into each type of enemy. Well done, Square Enix. Well done. Let's talk about the soundtrack. Mana has never disappointed with its soundtrack. From each and every game in the series, the soundtrack is an absolute high point. Kenji Ito absolutely nailed it with this game's soundtrack, especially with all the remixes from the original Final Fantasy adventure. I did not once get tired of listening to the soundtrack of Sword of Mana. Each theme gave that feeling of adventure. The later dungeon theme, Seeking the Holy Sword, was one of my favorites, followed by Mission of Mana. Outside of the OST, the combat sounds actually feel impactful and really give some oomph to the gameplay. It's incredibly satisfying when you hit something with a sword and you hear that slashing sound effect, and then when you switch to a fist, you can actually hear the thump, so you can tell that it's clearly a different kind of attack. Same goes for difference in elemental spells, having different hit sound effects. It's the small little features like that that make the game so much more engrossing and a better experience. So, is Sword of Mana going to take you hundreds of hours to finish? Or are you gonna be done it in one sitting? Well, it depends what you want to do with the game. I focused on main story, and the game took me about 15 hours to finish. However, the game does offer a lot of content, surprisingly, even if I didn't really focus on it. Sword of Mana adds 50 side quests, ranging from collecting rare drops from enemies to fetch quests. The item creation can also take a bit of a grind as well, especially if you're out trying to get the best equipment in the game, which is made from crystals, which can only be obtained by defeating dark versions of each monster, which will only show up by defeating 1000 of that specific monster. This can add a huge amount of playtime. I could see it easily hitting 50 plus hours if you wanted to do everything in the game. As for pacing, I talked about this earlier, but the pacing is frustrating. Every time you get to a new town, you end up getting into a funk of needing to talk to every NPC. It gets annoying quick, but once you're on your way in dungeons, the pacing isn't too bad at all. It's just those brief moments of don't leave any stone unturned that can get annoying. So, what's the verdict? Should you play Sword of Mana, or should you play the original Final Fantasy adventure? Sword of Mana, while not bad, is definitely not the original experience. I would fully suggest that you don't think of Sword of Mana as a replacement for Final Fantasy Adventure, but a different experience for the same game. If Final Fantasy Adventure is just too retro and jank for you, as I know those kinds of experiences aren't for everyone, if you have access to a Vita, or even a mobile device, Adventure of Mana might be the way for you. Sword of Mana, while a good game, has a lot of gameplay issues that stand in the way of it being a great game. It's not a bad game by any means. I enjoyed my time with it, however, it's not a game I would give high scores to. I'd hit it with an average 7 out of 10. Have you played Sword of Mana? Did you enjoy it? Do you agree with my review? Let me know your thoughts on the game in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video and want more reviews, top 10s, and trailer reactions, make sure to hit that subscribe button, like the video, and share it around. It really helps out the channel. Anyways, that's my Sword of Mana review, everybody. Thanks for tuning in, glad to have you here, and as always, have a wonderful day. Heyo! Welcome back to Shinky JRPGs, or if this is your first time here, it's nice to meet you. My name is Justin, aka Shinky, and I've got another video for you. The Trails series is becoming more and more of a household name with each new release. The series seems to be gaining popularity every day, and with good reasoning. The games have some of the best world building and some of the best characters to ever grace the JRPG genre, and the story? It's second to none. Incredibly emotional, with the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. But today, we aren't going into a review of the games. On February 16th, 2024, Trails of Cold Steel 3 and Trails of Cold Steel 4 received a PlayStation 5 release. Physical, you will get both games in one package, or you can individually purchase them digitally on the PlayStation Store. Today, we are going to talk about the positives and negatives of the PlayStation 5 releases of these games, and if they're worth a purchase if you already bought them on the PlayStation 4. Before we get too far into the video, make sure you hit that subscribe button, ding that notification bell, and like the video. It seems simple, but it really helps out the channel. Also, in an effort to keep this video spoiler-free, most of the footage you see is from Cold Steel 3's intro chapter. It's no more than an hour into the game, very little of it is from Cold Steel 4, as even the intro of the game is a spoiler, being a direct sequel to Cold Steel 3. I did my best to avoid any and all spoilers, but some might fit through the cracks, so just be a little bit cautious. Anyways, pop that corn, ice your drink, and let's take a look at Trails of Cold Steel 3 and 4 on the PlayStation 5. Alright, so let's start with the positive aspects of these ports. One of the most advertised additions to the PlayStation 5 ports of these games, the cosmetic DLC. Trails of Cold Steel 3 and 4 on the PlayStation 5 includes most, if not all, of the cosmetic DLC. This is not only limited to costumes and hair colors, but it also includes the Arcus covers. The included DLC also includes pieces of DLC that were free on the PlayStation 4. So 2 Shining Palm sets, 1 Zerum capsule set, and a set of 1,000 pieces of each type of Sepith. Unfortunately, no U material sets, so the grind for that is going to be incredibly heavy. Still, it's nice that you get some DLC, but for a re-release, I feel all DLC should be included, not just a handful of it. That's just me though. Next, we can talk about the price point. Trails of Cold Steel 3 and 4 on the PlayStation 5 will run you $69.99 US, which is cheaper than buying the PlayStation 4 copies at $60 each. So, if you haven't played the games yet and happen to get into the series recently, you can save yourself about $50. Though, that being said, just looking at GameStop.com, the PlayStation 4 versions of these games go for $20 and $38 respectively. So you aren't really saving money, but you also don't get the included DLC, which I'd value at about $40, so I guess it depends how important playing dress up with your characters is to you. Not to mention, the PS4 versions of these games are incredibly hard to find these days, and this is easy to access, so again, convenience. The performance of the games are another benefit. The games feel quite a bit smoother, and that brief pause before battles is almost gone entirely. I'm not sure if the games are capable of 120 frames per second. I didn't see any option in the menu. However, if E's 8 and 9 are of any indication, the game might run at 120 frames if your setup and display allows it. Still, the games do seem to run smoother, and you won't have to worry about both Cold Steel 3 and Cold Steel 4 suffering from frame rate drops like they did on the vanilla PS4. One more thing I want to talk about before I jump onto the next topic. No longer will your console sound like it's a jet engine going into Mach 5 hyperdrive. Back when I first played Cold Steel 3 and 4 on the PlayStation 4, those were the only games that made the fan of my PlayStation 4 go incredibly loud. I don't mean just run a little bit faster, more like it ran so loud that I had to turn up the volume of my TV so I could hear it over the PlayStation 4's fan. This is not an issue on the PlayStation 5. The game and console run dead silent with no concern. That's a relief because I swore my PlayStation 4 was going to take off into the stratosphere when I was playing the original releases. This last one is for the trophy hunters. Good news! There's another stack of trophies and 2 new platinums. The trophy lists are exactly the same as they were before, so you have the ability to platinum the games for a second time if that's something you're into. Personally, I used to be big on the trophy hunting, but I kind of fell off of that. So this isn't a huge benefit to me, but I know some people go crazy for collecting those platinums. So that's definitely good news. Are you a trophy hunter? How many platinums do you have? And do you plan on platinuming these games on the PlayStation 5? Let me know in the comments below. Alright, so there are several positives to the games being on the PlayStation 5, But what about the negatives about the PlayStation 5 ports of the game? Let's start with the very obvious one that made me question these releases in the first place. PlayStation 5 is backward compatible, so you can already play these games if you find the PlayStation 4 originals for cheap. I had the same complaint with Ys 8 and 9. Why release a remastered PS4 game on PS5 if it offers little to no incentive for another purchase? Definitely not something I understand. This next one was the same issue I had with Ys 8 and 9. You cannot transfer your PlayStation 4 port save files to use on the PlayStation 5. To my knowledge, NISA is the only company that seems to do this. Cross-save between PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 is such a basic concept, and I have no idea why it doesn't happen with NISA. Square Enix did it with Stranger of Paradise and Final Fantasy VII Remake, and Namco Bandai did it with Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Even Xseed did it from the PlayStation 3 to PlayStation 4 with the ports of Cold Steel 1 and 2. It wouldn't be so bad, but each of the Cold Steel games are over 100 hours long each. So naturally, you would want to transfer your saves over. This also makes it that much more time consuming for those who want to hunt out the platinums again. No simple auto pop for you. I hope you're ready to spend 200 plus hours with Rein & Co. all over again. However, there is a silver lining. You can still get bonuses for your PS4 saves of Cold Steel 1 to 3, and you can load your Cold Steel 3 clear save from the PS4 when you decide to start Trails of Cold Steel 4. So, if you only played Cold Steel 3 on PS4, you're in luck. It's a little inconsistent, but I guess take what you can get. As expected, there is no new content in the PlayStation 5 ports of Cold Steel 3 and 4. This was a bit of a shame. For a new purchase, I would expect maybe a bit of new content to incentivize it. Maybe some new bosses, some new courts, a new craft or two. But nope, unfortunately there's nothing at all. This was the same with Cold Steel 1 and 2. When it got ported from the PlayStation 3 to the PlayStation 4 as well as PC, but at least that game added quite a bit of new voice acting. There's no new voices from what I noticed. It's just the same game that you already played, word for word and battle for battle. If you played the original release, you know exactly what to expect, just a little prettier. For the last negative aspect, did you buy DLC on the PlayStation 4 original release? Now this is just speculation, as there is no PlayStation Store page yet, thus you can't access any DLC, but based on past NISA Falcom releases, well, I hope you're ready with your wallet, because if you want to access that DLC you purchased, you're gonna have to pay for it all over again, especially if Ys 8 and 9 on PS5 are of any indication. This is another thing that annoys the heck out of me. Most developers and publishers, when you buy DLC for a game, you get both the PS4 and PS5 versions of that DLC. But NISA? Nope, you have to rebuy that DLC. You can go ahead and say that it's due to the PlayStation 5 port not initially being planned, but usually when that happens with games, you can still buy the PlayStation 5 corresponding DLC for free. This just comes across as incredibly greedy. Speaking of greedy, there is no upgrade path. If you want these games, you have to pay full price for them. There's no discount or anything. I love my Falcom games, but I wish NISA were more consumer friendly when it comes to appreciating their longtime supporters. Alright, now for the burning question. Is this a good point to just jump into the Trails series? Unfortunately, no it's not. Trails of Cold Steel 3 does give you a backstory option at the main menu, however that only recaps you on the events of Cold Steel 1 and 2. Never mind the first 5 games in the Trails series. This doesn't sound too bad, but Trails of Cold Steel 4 is basically Trails of Endgame. It features characters from both the Liberal arc, or Trails in the Sky, and the Crossbell arc, or Trails from Zero and Trails to Azure. So many characters, and so many stories all reaching a closure after upwards of 700 hours of JRPG goodness. While you can start at Cold Steel 3, I would by no means suggest it, as you won't appreciate a lot of the story arcs. And once you hit Cold Steel 4, you'll be completely lost. I understand that asking someone to play 7 games before jumping into Cold Steel 3 is a big ask, but at the very least, start with Cold Steel 1 and 2. It's definitely worth it in the long run. Cold Steel 3 and 4 are great games, and the PlayStation 5 ports are probably the best way to enjoy these titles. Will you be picking up the physical collection, or either of them digitally, or not at all? Let me know in the comments below. I'm always lurking in the comments and would love to get a conversation going. Are you enjoying what you're seeing on the channel? make sure to like and share this video around, and make sure to hit that subscribe button and ding the notification bell so you don't miss a second of Shinky JRPGs. This has been Justin, aka Shinky at Shinky JRPGs. As always, thank you for popping by, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Hey yo! My name is Justin, aka Shinky, and this is Shinky JRPGs. Every series has that one game that kicks it into stardom status. For Legend of Heroes, it was Cold Steel. For Megami Tensei, it was Persona 4. And for the Tales series, it was Tales of Symphonia. Tales of Symphonia was originally released in August of 2003 for the Nintendo GameCube. With its sudden change from sprite-based graphics, it adopted a beautiful cel-shaded artwork. Tales of Symphonia skyrocketed into popularity. Even until today, it's commonly on people's top 10 JRPGs of all times lists. With good reason too. It's the perfect package. It has great characters, has a great story, and it's all presented wonderfully. For this review, I will be reviewing the PlayStation 4 remastered port. But before we get into the review, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. It might not seem like much, but it really helps out the channel. Anyways, pop that corn and ice your drink, and let's jump onto this review for Tales of Symphonia Remastered. Have you ever taken a look at the grand list of console RPG cliches? Well, Tales of Symphonia hits 90% of these cliches. Tales of Symphonia may quite possibly be the most cliched RPGs to ever exist. Teenage male hero that starts the game by sleeping in? Check. Lloyd falls asleep in class. Hero's hometown gets destroyed early in the game? Check. Azalea gets set on fire within the first hour. Main heroine has a legendary pendant and is either meant to save the world or destroy it? Check. Colette's Crucius Crystal fits this category to a T. I'll link the list in the video description because it's actually a really interesting and fun read, if not a bit humorous. This being said, despite how cliched Tales of Symphonia is, it is still a very entertaining game and has a really good story, with some of the most memorable characters in any RPG. The basic story is that one day, the Tower of Salvation appears, which is the signal that it's time for the Chosen to go on a pilgrimage across the land to visit elemental shrines to awaken the summoned spirits. See what I mean by cliched? This same concept happened in Final Fantasy X. Anyways, back to the story. Eventually, the party makes the way to the Tower of Salvation, complete the pilgrimage, ultimately sacrificing the Chosen and restoring the world to its former glory. Here, they find out that Silverot has a parallel world, so to speak, called Tethayala, with its own summoned spirits and its own Chosen. It turns out that each of these worlds are sharing a single source of mana, and the pilgrimage is the process of moving the mana from one planet to another. So naturally, while one world is flourishing, the other is waning. At the surface, it seems pretty basic, but it turns out that this whole thing is organized by an organization named Crucius, who is doing this whole sacrificing the Chosens to find an adequate vessel for the leader Mythos' sister Martel, who died 4,000 years ago, and to create a world without racism, as half-elves are not welcome anywhere. Humans don't want anything to do with half-elves, and elves feel the same way. I won't go further into the story at this point, as a risk of serious spoilers, but the story does start to feel a bit more unique after this, and in traditional Tales fashion, the characters really do drive the story along. Character development, while handled decently in the main story, really shines in the skit system. Tales of Symphonia was the first time that skits really appeared in the Tales series in the West and focused on character development. We had them in Tales of Eternia, but for the most part, they were more just directional skits telling you where to go next. So anyways, skits are simple little conversations between the characters that either direct you where to go in the story, tell you what the characters are thinking, or just incredibly silly conversations that make next to no sense but dive into the personalities of the characters. They're fun, they're interesting, but unfortunately, they didn't get any English voice acting. Luckily, the remastered release does have dual audio, and if you decide you prefer the Japanese voices, these skits are voiced in Japanese. I personally prefer English voice acting, since that's what I originally experienced the game with on the GameCube, so it has that nostalgia factor there, but if you prefer Japanese, the option is always there. Gameplay is always my favorite part of every Tales game. The story is always great, and the characters really carry the game. But the gameplay, I'll never get sick of Tales' battle systems. Unless it's Tales of Zestiria, but we'll cover that battle system when we get to it. Anyways, back to the combat system of Tales of Symphonia. The official name of Tales of Symphonia's battle system is MLLMBS, or Multi-Line Linear Motion Battle System. Tales of Symphonia was the first transition from a strictly 2D battle system to a 3D battle system. Now, the battle system isn't entirely 3D. Your enemies and characters are placed on a 3D field, but when you target an enemy, a 2D line is formed and you can only run left and right along that line. Free running around the 3D field wasn't introduced until Tales of the Abyss in 2005. Personally, while I miss the classic style of battles in the strictly 2D Tales games, Symphonia is still a very enjoyable time with a very smooth battle system. Battles are generally the same as Tales of Eternia, except you have multiple lines in the sense that you can do regular attacks, a link from level 1 techs to level 2 techs, and then finally a level 3 tech, resulting in many different combos for physical tech users. Or you have spellcasters, which are still the same as they've always been. They stay in the backlines, chanting their spells to unleash fiery destruction, fierce hurricanes, or simply dump an avalanche of rocks on your enemies. And then you also have support and healing spells. One thing I really like about spellcasters, outside of the basic level spells, the higher tier, so tier 2 and tier 3, they all have their own unique incantations. Some of them are great, like Indignation.
I call upon thee in the land of the dead to unleash thy fury of thunder. Indignation!
Or you have things like Stalagmite, where Genus out of nowhere just yells that it's pancake time.
Pancake time! Stalagmite!
I have no idea what this has to do with rocks shooting up from beneath you and skewering you from underneath, but it still makes me laugh every time I hear it. One of the unique aspects of the battle system is the T and S system, or technical or strike system. Depending on your EX skills, which I'll get into shortly, your character will lean towards either a T side or an S side. Each side teaches different techs, and you can't have both of them at the same time. For example, with Void, if you're someone who enjoys high-hitting combos, you might lean towards T-type, learning multi-hitting techniques like Hurricane Thrust or Sword Rain Alpha. Whereas if you decide to go S-type, you will learn techniques like Supersonic Thrust or Sonic Sword Rain. Each side has its uses, and it depends on your preferred playstyle. Luckily, if you decide you want to change what techniques you're using, you can delete your learned techs and swap to the other skill set and learn that set. Anyways, as I mentioned before, EX skills. It was a new feature of Tales of Symphonia. Each character can learn up to 4 EX skills from level 1 to level 4, and you can learn any combination of levels. So you can have 1 level 1 and 3 level 4s, or you can have 3 level 4s, or you can have 1 from each level, 1, 2, 3, and 4. It really depends what you want to do. Each EX skill has individual uses, such as increasing max HP, increasing movement speed in towns and dungeons, or letting you cast spells faster. They also have some very unique ones each to themselves, such as, for some reason, Colette can name dogs, Genus increases the effects of cooking, or you have Zelos, the playboy chosen from Tetheala, who will talk to a woman and they will give him an item. It can be things like apple gels, it can be beef, it can be anything. I still find it funny. You just randomly talk to a woman and they're like, here, you're nice, have some beef. Anyways, let's get back to EX skills. So the true use of these EX skills is if you have the correct ones on there, you will get a combination EX skill. These are where they really shine. Combination EX skills can be incredibly powerful, such as preventing you from staggering when you get hit, increasing experience, letting you store spells to come out after a regular combo. That's my favorite with the Magic Swordsman characters. Or even letting you use certain techs in midair. They're incredibly fun and gives you a good reason to mix and match your EX skills and experiment. How does the game look? Well, judge it for yourself. You can see the footage on screen. I think Tales of Symphonia looks absolutely gorgeous. Cel-shaded art styles, they don't seem to age. After playing Symphonia more than 20 years later, the game still holds up graphically to current games. The game is bright, the game is colorful, and it almost feels like you're watching an anime. Which is funny because Tales of Symphonia did get its own anime. The art style of Tales of Symphonia has aged so much better than even other games in the series. For example, have you seen Tales of Legendia? The game went with 3D models, it has dull colors, and but that's a story for another time. Just so you know, that's the next Tales game I'm reviewing, so make sure you hit that subscribe button. Though, as gorgeous as the game is still a game from 2003. As such, after being upscaled on modern day hardware, certain things get noticed that were not as noticeable as they were back on the GameCube. The most noticeable aspect is overworld tiling. When walking around on the world map, you can see where one tile ends and the other begins. It's not so bad that it ruins the game, but it does stand out when you notice it. You do somewhat have to go out of your way to see it, but like I said, you do notice it. I mostly noticed it on the mountainside outside of Hema, and when walking from Isalia to Triot. Another thing I noticed is how much lower quality the background of battle scenes are, as opposed to the actual ground that you run around on in battles. It almost seems like a backdrop is just copy and pasted onto the screen. Again, this is just something that comes to light with the increase in resolution and increased quality of monitors that we have access to as opposed to 20 years ago. It's just one of those things that you can't unsee once you notice it. It's fine, but I do wish that Namco Bandai did put a bit more effort into a remaster of one of the most beloved titles in the series. How about the music and sound of Tales of Symphonia? Well, Tales of Symphonia, like most Tales titles, is composed by Motoi Sakuraba, which I may be slightly biased towards. Sakuraba is one of those composers that produced most of the music of video games from my childhood. Star Ocean, Tales series, Valkyrie Profile, the list goes on. I would go ahead and say that Tales of Symphonia is probably one of Sakuraba's most memorable works. Xalia, Darius Carlon, the Human Ranches, and even the Ymir Forest. Despite how much I hate that despicable forest, they all have amazing tunes that stick out as top-tier themes. I haven't even touched any of the many battle themes. This game has so many battle themes. Like other music in the game, the battle themes stick out as some of the greatest battle themes in the series, and there are so many of them. Silverhunt has one theme, Ethel has another, as does Darius Carlon. And then you have a regular boss theme, followed by one for significant emotional boss fights such as Sheena and Regal. Fighting of the Spirits returns from Tales of Fantasia for summon spirit fights. It's absolutely incredible and adds personality to each type of boss fight, so they don't seem like another plain old boss fight with little to no meaning. This isn't even all of the battle themes. There are so many of them that I couldn't possibly name them all. And the voice acting. Tales has always been hit or miss when it comes to voice acting. Just take a look at Tales of Eternia and you'll know exactly what I mean. As for Symphonia, the voice acting is great, but one thing that amused me is Lloyd. Lloyd is voiced by Scott Manville. Do you know who Scott Manville is? I'm sure you've heard his voice before. He also voiced Robin from Teen Titans. Knowing this, I just constantly expected Lloyd to yell out, "Titans, go!" when setting off on a mission to attack a human ranch or something. I know it wasn't ever going to happen, but I feel like it would have been an amusing development. Other standout voice actors were Jennifer Hale as Sheena, Tara Strong as Persea, Crispin Freeman as Regal, and Cam Clark as Kratos. The voice cast is stellar and they all do spectacular jobs. However, if you don't quite vibe with English voices, as I know many people do not in the JRPG community, you do have the option of Japanese voices. And as mentioned before, the Japanese voice track does include voices during the aforementioned skits, so that's always a benefit. I still prefer English voices myself, as I don't speak Japanese, but still, the voice acting in either language breathes amazing life into the game. So, what about how the game plays out? Is it long, or can you blow it out over an intense weekend gaming session? Well, it's probably one of the longer Tales games. My playthrough for this review took me exactly 60 hours when I made my clear save. That was me doing most of the side content. The only things that I didn't really do was the arena side quest with the optional fights there and the super boss. There were a few parts of the game that I felt were longer than they needed to be. but overall, the game does play out pretty nicely. The only real complaint that I have is after you do the Fire Shrine and cross Osa Trail, you have a few options. You can either go do the events in Azul and go over to Palmacosta, which is commonly referred to as the easy path, or you can do the hard path, which is where you go over to Hema and do the events in Luin and Asgard. Unfortunately, the game doesn't really give you a clear indication if you've triggered the easy or the hard path. If you don't know what you're doing, you can easily get lost. And as I hadn't played the game in over 10 years, I ended up getting lost myself and spent an extra 2 to 5 hours talking to every NPC trying to figure out where to go to progress with the plot. Other than this one hiccup though, the game is paced super well, and you don't feel as if you're dealing with filler content that exists solely to extend the length of the game. It's a well-paced game, and even after 60 hours, chances are you'll still feel sad that the game is ending, as you'll want to continue the adventure across the world with your new friends. Which leads me to my next point. The game has a sort of New Game Plus option. As you play through the game, you will earn grade, and when starting a new game, you can use that grade for extra benefits. Benefits such as increasing experience, harder difficulty, increase the amount of items that you can carry. So it gives a little bit of benefits for replays, which is good because this game has many branching points. For example, like I said, the easy and hard mode, and later on in the game there's this one scene where you go out in the middle of the night with a character and have a little intimate conversation. Each one of these conversations are different. You have 8 characters you can have these conversations with, so it adds a little bit of difference to it. It's a nice little benefit of playing through the game over and over and gives a little bit of replay value. So, issues with the remaster. Yeah, there's a few things in this remaster that aren't as high quality as the original release, and a little bit disappointing. First and foremost, probably the one thing you've heard everybody talk about is the frame rate. Back when Tales of Symphonia got its enhanced port on the PlayStation 2, the game was cut from 60 frames per second down to 30 due to the PlayStation 2 not having as powerful of a graphics processor as the GameCube did, which was completely understandable back then. However, 20 years later, this game still has that 30 FPS. The only reason I can imagine is that the game would have to be redone, and it would require too much effort to restore the 60 FPS of the original. There is, however, a PC mod that can restore 60 FPS, but it breaks the game in hilarious ways. Next, as this game is based on the Japan-only PS2 release, it has new content that wasn't originally in the GameCube release, such as new mystic arts, new altered text, and new combination unison attacks. Since all this content is new, and battle voice acting is such a huge part of the combat in this game, new voices had to be recorded. Unfortunately, these new English voices are incredibly quiet. I mean whisper quiet. Almost so quiet that if you didn't have the volume up, you would think it was dead silent. I'm not sure why this happened, but for some reason, you can hardly hear them. So when you use techniques like Rock Pillar, Blazing Tempest, or Shining Bind, expect silence. Unless you have your TV volume incredibly high. Maybe there was a mixing issue, or maybe they used different voice actors and kept it silent to hide the fact that it wasn't the same voice actor. I honestly have no idea. Luckily, this only affects the English dub of the game. If you're using the Japanese dub, it isn't of any real concern since the PS2 port of the game was already fully recorded. The last few issues are minor, but unfortunately, I wasn't really able to get footage of them since they happened randomly and I couldn't replicate them. First of all, there are random empty spaces of text. Like when formatting the text, there's an extra line break. It's so weird. Another weird issue is occasionally there are parts of the game where the spoken dialogue doesn't match the text on screen. For example, there's one scene where the spoken dialogue says, "You son of," spoiler, but the dialogue on the screen says, "You're spoilers, son." It's minor and not a huge deal, but it seems a bit strange with the localization. The final, but most amusing, is one where animations of enemies in dungeons just break. Every once in a while, enemies will just start gliding towards you. However, if this happens with a humanoid enemy, they take it to a whole other level. If their animations break, they will assert their dominance on you and start T-posing directly towards you. It's incredibly amusing and entertaining. Not all issues have to be detrimental to the experience, but this one in particular is great. So there we have it. Tales of Symphonia is a game that seems to have withheld the test of time and is still an absolute gem in 2024. Have you played Tales of Symphonia? What were your thoughts on it? Let me know in the comments below, and let's get a conversation going and reminisce about one of the best games in the series. If you are enjoying what you're seeing around here and love JRPG content, make sure you share the video around, hit that like button, and subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell. You'd be crazy to miss even a second of Shinky JRPGs. This has been Justin, aka Shinky of Shinky JRPGs. As always, thanks for popping by and have a wonderful day. Hey yo! My name is Justin, aka Shinky, and this is Shinky JRPGs. Welcome back to my Road to Visions of Mana series. As we creep closer to the release of Visions of Mana, I will be reviewing each of the mainline titles of the Mana series. I did Sword of Mana a few weeks ago, and today we're moving on to Secret of Mana, with Trials of Mana and Dawn of Mana in the near future. Secret of Mana was released on August 6, 1993. However, for this review, I played the re-release on Switch via the Collection of Mana. Secret of Mana is one of those games that I've heard things about, but I never got around to playing. I've heard it's an instant classic, one of the best games to ever grace the Super Nintendo, and the perfect action RPG to play with your friends. However, until this review, I had never played this version of the game myself. I played the PlayStation 4 remake released in 2018, but I had heard from everybody that the original is superior in every way, so I thought I'd give it a shot. Before we get too into this review, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Not only does it help the channel out, you'll see tons of JRPG content delivered straight to your YouTube. Anyways, ice your drink, pop your corn, and come experience the 1993 release of Secret of Mana alongside me. Secret of Mana hits that fantasy story vibe wonderfully. And if you're looking for a very 1990s fantasy storyline, this is a perfect game to jump into. The basic setting of the story starts off explaining that there is a source of energy known as mana. Back in ancient times, there was a technologically advanced civilization that took advantage of this mana to create the Mana Fortress, a flying warship of destruction. Now, this pissed off the world's gods, so they sent a bunch of giant beasts to go to war with the civilization. These beasts were called Mana Beasts. Anyways, this Mana Fortress was draining the world of all of its mana. That is, until a hero used the Mana Sword to destroy said mana-sucking fortress and the whole civilization that commanded it. Secret of Mana features 3 characters. In the initial Super Nintendo release, they were unnamed. However, when the iOS port was released, they were given canon names. You have Randy, the orphan chosen by the Sword of Mana to be the hero that will restore the world. And then you have Prim, who falls in love with the warrior Dialek and is a brat. And then you have the incredibly rude and amnesiac sprite named Papoy. These characters all have very discernible traits and do keep the game interesting. Anyways, story time. The game begins with 3 boys from the town of Potos disobeying the town elder and trespassing into a local waterfall. Randy, being the genius that he is, trips and falls into the waterfall and gets stuck in a river. As he tries to make it back to town, he hears this strange voice telling him to grab the Sword of Mana. Randy then finds this sword in a stone and removes it, unleashing monsters around the village. Now this really angers the town elder, as the legend states that if the sword is removed, danger and agony will fall upon the village. So naturally, he banishes the orphan boy out of the village. Smooth move, elder. Not only does he not have parents, now you cut him off from all of his friends and everything that he knows. Real nice, old man. Real nice. Anyways, after Randy gets exiled from his home village, he runs into a traveling knight named Gemma, who identifies the sword as the legendary Sword of Mana, but it's been drained of all of its powers at this time. It's effectively the butter knife of mana at this point, so Randy is instructed by Gemma to go visit the 8 mana temples and use the Seeds of Mana to fully power up the Sword of Mana and restore it to its former glory. During his journey, he runs into the aforementioned Prim and Papoy, and they join him on his journey. Along all of this, the Empire has a goal to unseal all these mana seeds, because in doing so, they can supposedly create a new peaceful world by resurrecting the Great Mana Fortress. Fast forward to the end of the game, you've visited the 8 mana temples, You use the seeds to power up the Mana Sword, however, the Empires also unsealed the Mana Seeds, resurrecting the Mana Fortress. Naturally, you destroy the Mana Fortress and the Mana Beast and save the world. The end? So that's the general story of Secret of Mana. I'll be honest, when I was jumping into Secret of Mana, the story is not something I was expecting to be mind-blowing. In 2024, it almost feels like every story archetype has been done at this point, and most JRPG stories are now considered cliché. Secret of Mana, while not the most shocking story, still exudes that classic feeling. I enjoyed the story, it's simple, but it's also a whole lot of fun. Yeah, it's basically collect the 8 seeds of the elements and save the world, but not every story has to reinvent the wheel. I really enjoyed the story, and I'd be lying if I said that when Popoi disappears at the end and we have to kill the Mana Beast, I didn't shed a tear or two. I definitely did. It's incredibly sad, and a story that's one that you will never forget. So this game's gameplay, has it aged well? No, this game has aged like a carton of milk, sitting on a desert highway in the middle of Arizona for 3 months straight. This game's gameplay is probably one of the most frustrating and annoying things I have ever experienced in any game I've ever played in my 35 years of gaming. Secret of Mana is an action RPG. You go from area to area, attacking monsters, gaining experience, leveling up, and swinging your weapon of choice, or casting your spells to wreak your havoc on your enemies. Secret of Mana tries to discourage button mashing by using a charge system. When you aren't attacking, you have a power gauge. It will charge up to 100%, and you will do your full amount of damage. You can still attack before it hits 100%, but you will most likely do a single digit of damage and enemies will not flinch, making it generally useless. This is designed to stop the game from becoming a button masher and just constantly mashing the B button. However, it doesn't really work that way, it just makes the game mind-numbingly bland. It results in huge amounts of wait times, so combat is basically attack, wait 2 seconds, attack, and then repeat. It really slows down the combat, and it gets worse once you level up your weapons, and have to sit and hold the button to fill up your charge attacks. It really makes the game run incredibly slow for an action game. On top of this, the hitboxes are some of the most wonky hitboxes I have ever seen in any action game I've ever played. This, coupled with being able to actually miss when you do hit the hitbox, leads to very frustrating experiences. Normally, you can cast speed up on yourself and speed down on your enemies, which increases and lowers the accuracy and evasion respectively, to raise your likelihood of hitting the enemies. But once you get to a late point in the game, these spells become very ineffective, and it just ends up to a point where the majority of your attacks are missing. It's not a fun experience to need to attack 5 to 10 times before a single attack actually hits your enemies. I'm usually quite calm, but I was screaming at my TV out of frustration. Speaking of leveling up weapons, I think now is a good time to bring up the grinding of Secret of Mana. I really hope you enjoy grinding, because everything in this game revolves around it. Secret of Mana has 8 weapons: sword, spear, knuckles, axe, bow, boomerang, whip, and javelin. Each weapon has an individual level, and as you collect weapon orbs, you can level that specific weapon up to level 8. On top of that, each weapon level is unique to that character, so you have to level up each weapon for each of your 3 characters. And this isn't where it ends, you also have magic spells. As you proceed through the game, you gain the powers of each element. Each element comes with spells for both Prim and Popoi. Each of these elements can go up to level 8, which involves you spending your MP to gain elemental experience, going to heal your MP, and doing it all over again. Prim, it's not so bad, because you can just grind in the Wind Temple, since her spells are support spells, and there's an NPC there that will recover your MP. However, for Popoi, this is incredibly grind heavy, because the nearest enemy is 3 screens away from the Wind Temple. What makes it worse is that magic is really the only way to make bosses bearable. Chain casting spells so that bosses can't respond is almost mandatory for some bosses. It gets really frustrating and exhausting. Another aspect of the gameplay that annoyed me is your player NPCs. This game was very clearly designed to be played multiplayer. You can play Secret of Mana with up to 2 friends of yours. That's great, and I'm sure it's a wonderful time. I played it solo, and your party members, they're, not that smart. Do you remember in games like Streets of Rage or the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle arcade games, how you can only move when everyone else is moving alongside you, so you can't leave anyone behind off screen? Well, Secret of Mana does the same thing. So many times, party members would get stuck on the map, and I'd have to loop back, gather them, because they lack the mental concept of actually following me. This is incredibly annoying when you're just trying to backtrack to a town or progress through the map because you have to stop, run back to your party member, try to get them to follow you properly, and then run back in the direction you were going, only to have them get stuck on a tree again and you have to do it all over again. I get it. This isn't an issue if you're playing multiplayer, but can the computer-controlled characters actually have some sort of semblance of intelligence, please? I'm sure it's just a concept of the times, but it still killed so much enjoyment for me. Okay, graphics. I love it. Art style and graphics of this game are absolutely wonderful. The colors are popping everywhere. I was playing a Switch port on my OLED screen. It looks so nice and gorgeous. The colors are so nice and bright, the areas look spectacular, and it brought me back to the day where browns and grays weren't taking over media. Personally, a game with such bright colors, it really brings it to life for me. You have beautiful trees, gorgeous water effects, and even nice looking sandstorms. The game sort of has that Chrono Trigger look, but much more detailed. Even Randy's sprite kind of resembles Chrono. This is peak sprite-based artwork, and I feel it definitely deserves to be talked about. Attack effects look nice, and the way that the numbers just seem to bounce is definitely something I enjoy seeing. And it doesn't seem as if they're just plastered there like a lot of RPGs. They almost seem natural, if that makes sense. I still feel that sprite-based graphics age so much better than 3D art styles do. Just compare it to the remake of Secret of Mana. While the remake does a lot better gameplay-wise, the art style of the original exceeds it 1,000,000 to 1. Yes. This is one thing I absolutely couldn't wait to talk about. Secret of Mana possibly has one of the best soundtracks of the entire Super Nintendo era. Secret of Mana was composed by... Please don't judge me for this pronunciation. Hiroki Kikuta? I love this soundtrack so much. Not even a slight exaggeration. Every piece of music in this game is genius. From the music in Potos, to flying on the overworld map, right to the dwarf village music. It's all so unique and emphasizes the feel of the current moment. Happy moments sound happy, sad moments sound sad, and victorious scenes sound victorious. Secret of Mana hits a new level of greatness when it comes to the soundtrack. It's just happy adventuring at its finest, and if you disagree with that, I can only assume that you are downright crazy. What do you think about Secret of Mana soundtrack? What's your favorite theme? Please let me know in the comments below. Is Secret of Mana a long game? Well, no. But there's a whole lot of things to talk about. My playthrough of this game took me about 15 to 20 hours. It's hard to give an exact time because the save file doesn't track your time and the Switch's tracking of time is very inaccurate. This time included grinding of weapons and magic, as well as side quests that I could find, which were minimal at best. How about the pacing? Well, it's incredibly unbalanced. The game is very front-heavy. Lots of dungeons, lots of temples, lots of story, but then the latter half of the game, it just falls apart. The last 4 or 5 temples are just go to temple, attune to seed, and go off to the next one. There's no dungeon, just a hallway right to the seed. There is a valid reason for this, however. Secret of Mana was initially developed for the Sony Nintendo, you know, the disc-based Nintendo system, and when that console got cancelled, they had to cut back the content of Secret of Mana to fit on the Super Nintendo cartridge. As a result, 40% of the game was removed. This is why the latter half of the game feels incredibly rushed, and the world map seems empty. Like there are places that you should be able to land, but you can't. It's also why the game has such a predominant difficulty spike. It's really quite a shame. It would have been nice if the 2018 remake would have restored the game to its initial glory. The game is still decent, but it could have been that much better if we had gotten the original full experience. As such, though, the pacing is all out the window and it feels a bit unbalanced. I will forever wonder what the true full experience would have been like. I wonder if the original release is out there somewhere and we could one day maybe see how it was supposed to play out. Alright, so I've mentioned the remake a few times in this review. Yes, it was very disliked by the fanbase, but I thought I'd mention what was changed in the remake. Some good, but mostly bad changes, honestly. This is just going to be a quick list. I won't go too into detail, but here goes. When you're traveling by cannon, no longer do you see yourself flying across the world map. It's replaced by a black loading screen. There are tons of load times. When cannon traveling, Busby no longer gets attacked when you land in Gaia's navel. The HP gauge at the bottom of the screen also shows MP and equipped weapon now, but you also can't see negative status effects. There was a mini-map added, great help. Additional cutscenes before the characters go to bed. Instead of only being able to move in the 8 cardinal directions, you have full 360-degree movement. A game log menu was added to make it easier to follow the story. I love this addition. It helps so much, especially if you adult and you can't figure out what you did last. There were 2 additional hotkeys added on the shoulder buttons for items, spells, and weapons for easy use. Item limit was increased to 8 from 4. MP is fully recovered upon leveling up. Chain casting spells was removed. You can summon your characters to you instantly, preventing them from getting stuck on the environment. Thank goodness. Dashing isn't limited to one direction. Once you start a dash, you can dash in any direction until the energy gauge runs out. And in addition to that, the energy gauge runs out slower. You can also dash upstairs, and you don't slow down when climbing or descending them. Attacks that are ineffective now have a miss notification. The weapon Javelin now pierces enemies. Trophies and achievements have been added. Take that as you will. Some people think it's a positive, some people think it's a negative. Enemy models have been altered. Terrible voice acting has been added.
What's with this light? Oh, ghost!
There is a new soundtrack, but if you prefer the old one, you can use the original. Some are better, some are worse. The new Matango theme in the remake is an absolute bop. Sound effects have been replaced. Scenes were added with the party conversing to further expand the plot. And you have multiple language options. Japanese, English, French, German, Spanish, and the PC version in addition has simplified Chinese, traditional Chinese, Korean, and Thai. Huge thanks to the Wiki of Mana for this information. I'll leave a link in the description below in case you want to check it out yourself. So there you have it. Secret of Mana is a fun game, and I would definitely suggest it to anyone who has the chance to play it. Gameplay has not aged well by any means, and is incredibly frustrating at times, but outside of that, the game shines in ways that cannot be matched. Have you played Secret of Mana? Do you agree with my concerns about the game? What did you think about it? Let me know in the comments below, and let's get a discussion going. I'm always lurking around in the comments, and would love to know your personal opinion on the game. If you really enjoy what you've seen here today, make sure you like the video, share it around, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. You wouldn't want to miss the rest of the road to Visions of Mana, would you? This has been Justin, aka Shinky of Shinky JRPGs. And as always, thank you for popping by and have a wonderful day. Hey yo! My name is Justin, aka Shinky, and this is Shinky JRPGs. And we are back with another review. The Legend of Legacy HD Remastered, released on March 22nd, 2024 for the Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, and Steam, is a remaster of the 3DS game of the same name, and developed by Furyu. For anyone that spent a little bit of time around my channel, it's quite clear that I am a huge fan of the turn-based genre, so naturally, I was looking forward to this game. I never got a chance to play the original, so when I heard that it was getting a remaster, I hopped on the chance to play it. Before we get too far into the video, make sure to subscribe and hit that like button to appease the mighty YouTube algorithm overlords. It really helps out the channel. And big thanks to NIS America for providing me with a review copy of The Legend of Legacy HD Remastered. Now that we're done with that, let's get into the video. So pop that corn and ice that drink, and let's get into the nitty gritty of The Legend of Legacy HD Remastered. What are the main reasons that you play a JRPG? The story, the characters, the interactions, the romance, to have your heart broken? Well, The Legend of Legacy has very minimal amounts of everything, so let's see what we can do with the story, characters, and setting here. The Legend of Legacy takes place on an island known as Avalon, which was only discovered 10 years prior by who is now known as the King of Adventures. It's mostly unexplored and uncharted, and that's what the whole story is about. It's going on an adventure in an unexplored area. The Legend of Legacy features 7 playable characters. Mirs is the last elementalist, a person with the power to communicate with elementals. Bianca is an amnesiac who wakes up on Avalon only remembering her name. Liber is lured to Avalon with the promise of adventure and treasure. Garnet is a Templar in service of the Holy Order. Eloise is a seductive alchemist pursuing the secret of eternal life. Owen is a legendary mercenary who will take any job if the price is right. And Philmia is the only native to Avalon and is a frog prince from a lost kingdom. Each of the 7 heroes of the game are adventuring across Avalon for their own reasons, be it personal or for their loved ones. Once you select a lead character, you can either choose to view the intro scene or skip it. It's best to view this opening cutscene as it sets the whole precedent for the game, and is pretty much the only story you're going to hear. The rest of the story is explained when entering a new area on the map, and whenever you arrive at a temple. As you progress, you get bits and pieces of knowledge about the island, and that it used to be a flourishing country that prospered due to elementalists that had the ability to speak with the elementals. I won't go too far into the story at risk of spoilers, but the story is given in such small bursts that it can be hard to make sense of it, and it's really not that memorable. Though this is an RPG that you don't play for story, this is a game that you play for gameplay. Speaking of which, let's get into that. Do you have a dream of wanting to be a cartographer? Do you want to draw out maps? Do you love Phantasy Star or Etrian Odyssey? Then The Legend of Legacy just might be the perfect game for you. Especially if you also love the Saga franchise. No, not Sega. Saga, as in romancing saga. Get out of here, Sonic. The Legend of Legacy features a hub town of Initium, where all of the characters hang out. When you initially select one of the 7 party members, you will be accompanied by 2 other members. You can find the remaining 4 playable characters wandering around the town of Initium, so you can build your party as you see fit. To my experience, I did not notice any character being better than any other party member with specific weapons or armor, so really it's all down to personal preference. Personally, I use Liber, Mirs, and Eloise. After the intro, you have the ability to run out onto the island of Avalon and start your adventure. The game doesn't really give you any kind of direction, it generally just says, have fun, and lets you do as you please. You do have an intro map, which acts as the tutorial that teaches you about combat and filling out maps, but really that's about it. Let's start with mapping. As you run around each screen, you'll see a percentage at the top of the minimap. As you walk around and fill out that map, the number will increase. Once you've explored the whole map, the number will change from the percentage to complete. At any point, you can take that map for the specific area and sell it to the shopkeeper in Initium. However, you can only sell a map once, so you'll want to completely explore each area on the overworld for maximum profit. Unfortunately, this is one of the only reliable ways to get money, so you have to make it count. Enemies don't really drop money consistently, they do drop items that you can sell for a profit, but really that's about it. Before we jump into the gameplay, there's one more thing I want to talk about, and that is trading. Along the western edge of the pier of Initium, you can send ships out to gather items for you. You can pay 300 gold for a 1-hour voyage, 1000 gold for a 3-hour voyage, or 5000 gold for a 5-hour voyage. The more gold you spend, the higher quality and higher amount of items that can be returned to you. These can be materials, consumable items, or even equipment. It's an interesting system and it runs while you're not playing, so if you're about to finish gaming for the night, send out a ship and when you return in the morning, you might have some new equipment or some really good items. And yes, before you ask, you can mess with the internal clock of your console to skip the wait time and gain a bunch of items immediately. Is it cheating? Maybe a bit, but this game needs it because this game is really difficult. With that, let's get into the combat of the game. Never before have I had a game that has kicked my butt like The Legend of Legacy. This game features some of the most frustrating and difficult combat systems and mechanics that I have ever experienced. If you're familiar with Saga or Final Fantasy II's leveling system, you will somewhat be familiar with The Legend of Legacy. In Legend of Legacy, you do not have a traditional level up system. Instead, stats and techniques level up individually. Let's start with formations. You can set several different formations, compiling of 3 categories of stances: attack, guard, or support. Attack will increase offensive power, guard will increase defensive power, and let block arts protect the whole party, and support increases turn speed and recovery art powers. This allows you to strategize based on whatever situation you're currently facing at the moment. For example, if you're fighting a large amount of single target enemies, you might want to go 2 attack stance and 1 guard type, so you can have one character nullify attacks, while the other 2 whittle down the enemy's HP. Or maybe you took a lot of damage and you need to heal, so you might want to go 2 support and 1 guard, so you can have 2 characters heal and 1 character defends them. You can decide on your formation before the beginning of each turn, so you're not locked in at the beginning of a battle. It's a unique level of strategy that adds quite a bit of depth to the battle system. As you use each stance, you will level it up, increasing your stats while you're using that current stance. HP and SP also increases during battle, however, it doesn't seem related to the stance you use, or if you use abilities, or if you take damage. It just seemed kind of random. I'm sure there's some kind of algorithm on how it increases, but during my playthrough I couldn't determine what caused it to increase at all. On to techniques. When you equip a weapon, you only have a single technique that uses 0 SP. However, as you use a technique with a weapon, you have a chance to learn a new technique with something called an awakening. Similar to the Saga series, when you awaken a new technique, that technique is learned permanently, and this is completely up to RNG. The only real way to raise the chances is to fight stronger enemies. It can be really frustrating when all you have are incredibly weak techniques after switching to a new weapon, and you're having difficulty to have that new awakening happen. Additionally, each technique has an individual level for each stance. As you use that technique, it will raise its level for your current stance, and its power is relative to the technique's level for the stance that you just leveled it up on. As such, you can expect Legend of Legacy to be incredibly grind heavy, as you not only have to raise your stance levels, but also individual stance levels for each technique that you are using on a regular basis. And last but not least, if you deplete your HP to 0, not only can you no longer act like most RPGs, but it will reduce your max HP until you sleep at the end. However, the plus side, there are no resurrecting items. Any healing item or ability will resurrect you, and after battle, you are automatically healed to your current max HP. Which is good because this game is so difficult, and throughout the entire game, I was struggling for even regular encounters. This is not an easy game. Every battle is an ordeal, so you can't just simply mash a button until enemies fall down. Additionally, battles do seem to have a 100% success rate for escaping. However, if you escape, you don't just escape from the battle, you escape to the entrance of the current area that you're in. This is kind of a double-edged sword, because if you're running really low on HP and SP, you can instantly leave and go back to town and heal yourself. But if you just wanted to get out of that battle because you didn't want to fight it, you now have to run all the way back to wherever you were in that area. It can be a little bit frustrating, but I guess take what you can get. If there was a competition for remasters that have gotten the best glow up, this would definitely be a prime contender. The Legend of Legacy looks so beautiful. The first thing I thought of when I saw the art style is this whole game looks like a flashback or a cutscene from Okami. Everything is outlined by very thick black lines and has a very cutesy look to it. The artists of Legend of Legacy are, please forgive me for mispronouncing these, Ryo Hirao, known for Final Fantasy XII and Brave Fencer Musashi, Masayo Asano, known for Legend of Mana and Ever Oasis, and Tomomi Kobayashi, known for the Saga franchise, Disgaea 4, and Shin Megami Tensei 4. All of those games are so artistically unique, and it definitely shows in The Legend of Legacy. The Legend of Legacy just looks so beautiful, and the cel-shaded style really stands out. Though it does scream this is a 3DS game with its art style, I personally really enjoyed it, especially the character art. They're all so simple, and they don't have noses. No noses, guys. That means they can't smell. Don't you feel bad for them? I feel bad for them. They don't know what's for dinner, they don't know the great smell of a bakery. Anyways, let's get back on topic. The game isn't overly bright, which is a concern with a lot of remasters. A lot of our remasters these days are just a bloom effect thrown on there, and luckily this game doesn't have it. It's just perfect, but one thing I absolutely adore of the graphics is the pop-in features. Like, as you run around dungeons and maps, the trees and fixtures just casually pop in, kind of reminding me of those pop-up books that you might have read when you were a child, where you turn the page and then it's like the trees and houses all pop up. It's such a weird artistic and aesthetic choice, but it gave a certain air of uniqueness to the game. I just love that aspect. I get so tired of every game feeling the same, and this pop-in made the game feel unique, and it just makes me smile. The music. The Legend of Legacy HD Remastered's OST is incredibly peaceful. Composed by Masashi Hamauzu, known for Final Fantasy XIII and Unlimited Saga. Yeah, I know. Say what you will about Unlimited Saga, but if you're gonna say one thing is good about that game, it's 100% going to be the music. Legend of Legacy features a lot of piano compositions, and as such, sounds beautiful. Upon listening to the game, I could hear a bit of Hamauzu's signature sounds in songs such as Hidden Forest and Melody of Shadow. They instantly gave me that Final Fantasy XIII vibe, and I really enjoyed it. Seeing how I absolutely loved everything about Final Fantasy XIII, but that's a topic for another video. As I was saying, Legend of Legacy just has one of those soundtracks that's so peaceful that it almost doubles as a lullaby to put you to sleep. Not just area themes, but battle themes too. Nothing in particular stood out as amazing, but they all felt incredibly appropriate and calming, if that makes sense. It's the kind of soundtrack I would use if I had to put myself to sleep. Not even a negative. Not everything has to be upbeat and anxiety-inducing. Sometimes relaxing music can have just as much of a positive effect on you. So, as Legend of Legacy was originally a 3DS game, it shouldn't be too long, right? My playthrough of Legend of Legacy was about 45 hours. This included lots of grinding and exploration, as I was adamant on filling out every area to 100%. You could probably cut that back a little if you just rush through areas, but I wanted to get the full experience myself. As for pacing, honestly, it's up to you. Legend of Legacy is a very non-linear game, so you can probably rush the game in 20 to 30 hours if you only do the mandatory temples, or you could probably spend upwards of 50 hours if you want to level up multiple weapons per character. Personally, I would have preferred a bit more story presence, but it doesn't ruin the game. It just could have felt more complete as a JRPG experience. So there you have it. The Legend of Legacy HD Remastered is a solid experience, but I can't help but feel like it was incomplete, and all the aspects of the game could have been expanded on. Stat increasing methods, skill learning, story, and combat. Luckily, with the developer's future release of the Alliance Alive, which took the concept of Legend of Legacy and expanded on it in every aspect. However, that's a review for another time. Are you going to be picking up the Legend of Legacy HD Remastered? Or did you play the original version? What were your thoughts on it? Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed this review, consider hitting that subscribe button. If you subscribe, you'll see plenty more JRPG content, reviews, various lists, and perhaps even some RPG news coverage. Anyways, thank you for watching, and as always, have a wonderful day. Have you ever played a series and felt it was one of the greatest gaming experiences that you'll ever have? For me, that was Startropics. Of course, I was only a snot-nosed brat when Startropics was released and had no idea what the world of gaming had in its future. But I digress. Hey y'all, my name is Justin, aka Shinky, and this is Shinky JRPGs. The original Startropics is still one of my favorite games of all time, and as a tribute to the sequel's 30th anniversary, I thought now would be a great time to give the second Startropics game a review. Zoda's Revenge Startropics 2 was released on the NES on March 15th, 1994. And the interesting thing is this game, much like the first, was only released in North America, despite it being developed in Japan. Just a bit of history, but enough of that. Time to get into the review of Zoda's Revenge Startropics 2. However, before we get too deep into the video, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. And if you want to be exceedingly awesome, make sure to hit that notification bell. Not only does it help with the channel, but it appeases the mighty YouTube overlords, so pop that corn and ice that drink, and let's talk about Zoda's Revenge Startropics 2. Do you enjoy ridiculous stories that are incredibly over the top and goofy? Well, Startropics 2 doesn't really have a serious story whatsoever. Much like the first game, it makes fun of itself, and there's next to no seriousness whatsoever. Startropics 2 takes place briefly after the conclusion of the first game. Back in Seattle, Mike Jones, the protagonist of the first game, is helping his archaeologist uncle decipher the alien artifact found in the first game. Mike then receives a telepathic link from Mika, the Argonian princess that you saved in the first game, and she gives him a hint on deciphering this artifact. After solving the riddle of the artifact, Mike is sucked into a time vortex and ends up in a prehistoric time period. After exploring a bit, talking to cavemen, getting an axe, and destroying the man-eating yum-yum, you find a tetrad. Look familiar? Yeah, a tetrad is a Tetris piece. See what I mean? Startropics isn't at all a serious game. No big deal, you get used to it. Anyways, you receive another telepathic link from Mika, telling you to go from time period to time period, collecting tetrads to save the Argonian race once again. You go to ancient Egypt to find the pizza that Cleopatra ordered several days ago. I hope it has pineapple. And learn how to shoot psychic blasts with your mind. Then you go to London to aid Sherlock Holmes, visit the Old West and go gold hunting, now to Italy to save Leonardo da Vinci, and now to Transylvania, complete with its own Dracula. Where's a Belmont when you need him? Next is Camelot to meet King Arthur to slay a dragon, then finally back to Sea Island from the first game to re-experience the first dungeon, go fight a boss rush, followed by the final boss, have Chief Coral Cola work some mad Tetris skills, save the Argonians, and you've protected the world once more. The story is silly, and the time travel is a nice change, if not just a reskin of the original game. It's super silly, but really, really enjoyable. Sometimes we all need just a little bit of silliness in our lives, and Startropics is the perfect game to deliver it. When it comes to gameplay, Startropics 2 isn't exactly spectacular. It's not bad, but it made some changes from the first game that I really don't agree with. Startropics 2 has two main styles. First, you have the overworld, that plays like a standard RPG, where you walk from town to town and talk to NPCs in order to figure out where you need to go next. Most of these sessions basically amount to talking to every NPC and just unlocking the path to the dungeon. This is just busy work as a break between dungeons. The dungeons are where the real fun happens. They play out almost like a Zelda game where you use your weapons to slay enemies and solve puzzles. Unlike the first game, you are no longer restricted to moving in a grid-based format. You can now move in all 8 directions and are no longer locked in a single direction until you move an entire tile. A lot of people preferred this, but I feel the first game felt much more organized, where this is just chaos. In theory, having full control over your movement sounds all nice and dandy, but the way it's executed causes more harm than it helps. Startropics 1 with its grid-based system had the whole game designed around it. Mike's attacks, enemy movements, boss tactics, it was perfect. However, you can't say the same about Startropics 2. Startropics 2's free movement makes it harder to pull off platforming jumps. Seriously, some of the most agonizing platforming sections in any game I've ever played. And don't even get me started on the combat. It's more or less the same as the first game. However, since enemies seem to move randomly, it's hard to aim and predict where to shoot your shots, and the lack of invincibility frames is absolutely frustrating. When you get hit, you don't have any time to get out of the way, and usually you get hit 2 to 3 times in a row, usually leading to death or hearing the most aggravating near-death beep sound in existence. It's similar to the death beep in Zelda 1, however, instead of just hearing the beep in regular intervals, it beeps every time you perform an action. So instead of just beep, 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 you get beep, 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 beep. It's agonizing and stress-inducing. Anyways, at the end of each dungeon you have a boss. Some of them are incredibly easy, but some of them are completely unbalanced and insanely difficult for no reason at all. The bosses of Chapter 4 and the final boss are the ones that stand out as exceedingly difficult. That being said, the dungeons are fun and quite varied, with entertaining puzzles. Nothing too difficult, but there are a few that might make you stop and think. Just don't be expecting Zelda levels of dungeons or you might be a bit disappointed. I feel like I'm constantly comparing this to the first game. Oh well, it can't be helped. Such is expected when a game is a sequel to another. Do you remember Startropics 1? The game was bright and colorful, with beautiful and detailed pixel art. Unfortunately, the second Startropics just isn't the same. Startropics 2 just looks faded and washed out. Very dull colors, and boring looking pixel art. Sure, some of the enemies are more detailed, but when a game just looks constantly faded, it really doesn't matter. The art style looks generic and very uninspired. It's definitely one of the weakest parts of the game, and honestly, just a huge disappointment after the first game looked so unique and spectacular. I can't help but wonder how this game's art would have been if it had been released on the Super Nintendo. And it could have just been more beautiful in every single way. I'm honestly shocked that the game didn't get a release on the Super Nintendo. As I mentioned, Startropics 2 was released in March of 1994, but the Super Nintendo was released in September of 1991. That's almost 3 years into the Super Nintendo lifespan that we got an NES game. It was one of the two games that was released to push sales of the top-loading NES console, the other being Mega Man 6. It's quite a shame, but oh well. Cursed the dull colors and lost the superior technology forever, I guess. Another weak aspect of Startropics in comparison to the first game. Do you remember the music of the first game? That dungeon theme? The overworld theme? Absolute bops. The kind of music that sticks in your mind for 30 plus years, and you can still jam to until this very day. But the Startropics 2 dungeon theme? Well, not offensively bad, just it doesn't quite have as much excitement to it. It doesn't stick, and it doesn't have that dance in your seat rhythm that the first game's themes did. It blows my mind that the same composers did both games. How can one be so amazing and the other just be only okay? This theme continues with the other music of Startropics 2. Nothing really spectacular sticks out. In fact, I can't think of any other music that left an impression on me. Like, what about the boss music? You have the intensity of the first game's music. Then you have Startropics 2's boss music. Okay, I'll be honest, that's pretty cool, but not nearly as good as the first one. Music was just a huge downgrade, but to be fair, Startropics 1 was an incredibly high bar to match. If you've played NES games before, you know more or less what to expect when it comes to the length of the game. Startropics 2 is very linear and very to the point, from beginning to end, and if you don't get too lost, which is admittedly pretty hard save for maybe 1 or 2 sections, you're looking at about 6 to 7 hours. Unfortunately, there is no real replay value. As for pacing, I briefly mentioned it before, but it can be all over the place. Some chapters you'll be over and done within 20 to 30 minutes, where other chapters are long with multiple dungeons that can take you over an hour. Difficulty as well is all over the place. Chapter 2 and 3 are incredibly easy, where Chapter 4 is probably the hardest in the game, followed by 5 being incredibly easy again. Then Chapter 9 is just insanely difficult, but only because it's a non-stop boss rush with very limited healing items. Still, I don't really have any real complaints. This was just a concept of the times, and the difficulty is just down to your skill. And the pacing of the long and short chapters can be pretty nice, as the short chapters are a bit of a breath of fresh air from the more excruciatingly difficult and drawn-out chapters. I suppose that's all down to your personal opinion and skill level though. So there you have it. While Zoda's Revenge Startropics 2 is definitely the weaker of the two Startropics games, and frustrating at times, it's still a very solid title. However, due to the very poor sales, and most likely because of being released so far into the Super Nintendo lifespan, blame that top-loading NES. And after scouring the internet, I can't really find any estimate for sales numbers, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was under 50,000 units. Ah well, honestly, I would suggest Zoda's Revenge Startropics 2 to any action game fan, because even with all the heck I've given it today, it's still a very solid title that is well worth its time. Have you played Startropics 2? What did you think about it? Let me know in the comments below. I'm always lurking around there, so let's get a chat going. If you enjoyed this video and want more retro and modern reviews as well as lists, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and ding that notification bell. And as always everyone, have a wonderful day. Do you remember those games when you first started to get into a genre? Yeah, myself, I started with Dragon Quest back on the original Nintendo, but I didn't really get into JRPGs seriously until the very late 90s and early 2000s. Grandia was one of the first ones I played, and it recently got an HD release on the Xbox One and PlayStation 4. Ayo! My name is Justin, aka Shinky, and this is Shinky JRPGs. Grandia HD originally released on Switch and later PC, but now that it's got a release on Xbox One and PlayStation 4, I thought I should give it a shot. It has its goods and it has its bads, but is it worth playing in 2024? That's what we're here to talk about. But before I get into the whole pizzazz here, make sure to click that like button, subscribe to my channel, and tell me your story with Grandia. Anyways, enough chat, let's get into the nitty gritty of Grandia HD Remastered. You know what I miss these days? JRPGs that give that whole feeling of adventure and discovery. More often than not, JRPGs just don't have that adventure feel to them. There's always something going on that encourages your party to go on an adventure, be it revenge, tracking down a missing person, or solely because you're told it's your duty. In Grandia, you play the role of Justin. Hey, his name is like my name. Well, that's neat. Anyways, as Justin, you've always wanted to be an adventurer like your late father. He even plays adventures with the town bully on a regular basis. One day, Justin meets with the curator of the local museum and gets permission to go on his own adventure through the local ruins of ancient Angelo. While exploring, he runs into a holographic projection of an ancient Angelonian named Liette. Justin is then told by Liette he should go on an adventure and find the ancient city of Alent. The next morning, Justin sneaks away from his home, hops on the steamer, and starts his adventure. This feeling of adventure is what sets Grandia apart from other RPGs. Sure, Justin is told he needs to find the lost city of Alent, but it's because Justin desires adventure so deep in his heart that he jumps on the chance to go on this adventure. You get the feeling of, I have no idea what I'm doing, but this is what I was born for. And born for it he was. I won't go too deep into the story, because this game's story is beautiful and deserves to be experienced from scratch. Speaking of beautiful, can I just talk about the graphics of this HD remaster? The original Grandia on PS1 was gorgeous. Amazing pixel art and wonderful coloring. This is an HD remaster, so naturally this should look even better, right? Wrong. I don't know what they were thinking, but Grandia HD uses some sort of terrible post-processing filter. I believe the term is called bilinear. It just smudges the pixel art and makes it look so blurry and unappealing. Though, the widescreen and sharp font is incredibly nice. That being said, sure, it looks like crap, but the story is still wonderful. So Grandia is a turn-based RPG, has a bit of twists that make the battle system incredibly unique, and to this day remains incredibly unique. Grandia uses an active time battle system somewhat similar to the Super Nintendo Final Fantasy games. However, what makes it unique is the IP system. But before we go into the details of the IP system, let's discuss how battles play out. At the bottom of the screen, there is a turn or IP gauge. The IP gauge is separated into three main sections: wait, command, and act. While waiting for your turn to come up, characters and enemy portraits will slowly scroll to the right. Once it hits the command line, the game freezes and you can enter a command for that character. If it is a special move or spell, charge time will begin, with stronger and lower mastery texts taking longer to charge than, say, fully mastered texts or weaker spells, as they are faster. Anyways, once the charge time ends, signified by your portrait hitting the end of the IP gauge, which is the act section, the move will be executed. Anyways, what is IP? That's kind of strange for a turn gauge, right? Well, IP stands for initiative points. Initiative points determine how fast a character can act, almost like a speed stat, and every attack can deal IP damage. This is a hidden value, so you don't really see it on screen, but when you deal IP damage, it will halt that character or monster on the IP gauge, with stronger attacks even knocking that character backwards on the IP gauge. Furthermore, if enough IP damage is dealt while somebody is charging for an attack, it can actually cancel that attack and send them halfway back down the IP gauge. Being able to affect the IP gauge in various ways adds a bit of strategy to the combat. Do you want to halt a single enemy's turn by pelting them by weak attacks? Or should you attempt to cancel it? Maybe it won't be safe to charge for a powerful attack? All these things that need to be considered. Outside of battle, town exploration is what you might expect. However, looting isn't all that common as it is in most RPGs. Dungeons are the same way. Enemies are encountered on screen, so there's no random encounters. One concern I do have with towns and dungeons is the camera angle. It's way too high and results in making it very hard to navigate, resulting in getting lost all the time. There are no mini-maps, and the only way to view anything in dungeons is to find these little blue flag symbols called dungeon scopes, and they give a bird's eye view of the immediate area. In towns, you can just press the touchpad and get the same effect. I ended up using a guide for maps of each area solely so I wouldn't get lost all the time. So I just want to give a shout out to Shotgun Nova for his ASEII maps over on GameFAQs. Unfortunately, Grandia does not have an overworld. The world map is point and click. I know this isn't preferable, but it doesn't necessarily harm the game. What it does harm is the fact that Grandia has an incredible amount of one-time dungeons, sometimes for no reason at all story-wise. You just can't re-enter that dungeon, which really gives that feeling of FOMO, making you worried that you'll miss out on loot permanently. Not the best feeling in the world, but outside of mana eggs, nothing major can really be missed. Usually it's just money or equipment that could have been purchased in the previous town, so it's just, I guess, a way to save some money. Let's start with the voice acting. Yes, Grandia does have voice acting, both in battle and for very select story scenes. Back in 1997, voice acting was not incredibly common. In fact, the biggest RPG release of 1997, you may have heard of it, Final Fantasy VII, had no voice acting whatsoever, so Grandia having voice acting was kind of a big deal. Anyways, how is it? Is it quality voice acting? Is it gonna win an Emmy? No, it's not. It's ridiculous. It sounds terrible. Especially Justin. His voice acting will make you cringe in almost every single instance because it just sounds so corny and almost laughable. For me personally though, this voice acting improves the experience. I adore bad voice acting. Arcry's Fantasia, Chaos Wars, Resident Evil, it's all so beautiful. On the plus side, the HD remaster of this game does have dual audio, so if you don't want to listen to the comical English audio, Japanese audio is always an option. As for the music, Grandia has some very good music. So Grandia is separated into 3 main sections, or acts if you will. Each act has a different main battle theme. And even beyond this, there are also 2 main battle themes in each act, one for a neutral or advantage battle, and another if you get ambushed. I love the ambush battle themes. They're just so aggressive and fearful. They just sound so good. As for towns and dungeons, nothing necessarily mind-blowing, but each piece of music is really well done. It sets the mood incredibly well and just adds to the enjoyment and experience. I know everyone is wondering, so how much time should you spend from Grandia HD? Well, honestly, that depends what you want to get out of the game. My playthrough for Platinum took me 62 hours. This includes finding every mana egg, so naturally, more exploration, and doing all 3 of the optional dungeons, the Castle of Dreams, Soldier's Graveyard, and the Tower of Temptation. These dungeons add no lore and no story. However, if you want to just play the game and get through the story, you could probably finish the game in 30 to 40 hours. As for the pacing, the game is incredibly linear. I mentioned it earlier, but Grandia has a lot of one-time only dungeons, and very little backtracking. Each area is quickly progressed, and you easily just move on to the next one. I don't mean this as a negative, just that the game is very fast-paced, which depending on your gameplay style, you might actually prefer this. So there you have it. Grandia was a great game, and having it on modern hardware with HD graphics makes it easier and more fun to play. Have you played Grandia? What are your thoughts? Let's all get chatting in the comments because I'm always hanging around there and enjoy reading each and every one of them. If you've enjoyed this review, why not consider giving my video a like, subscribe to the channel, and ding that notification bell so you don't miss any of my videos. As always, thanks for stopping by, thank you for your support, and have a wonderful day. Heyo! My name is Justin, aka Shinky, and this is Shinky JRPGs. Eiyuden Chronicle 100 Heroes is out on April 23rd, and I thought I'd play the companion prequel Eiyuden Chronicle Rising before jumping into 100 Heroes. Eiyuden Chronicle Rising was released on May 10th, 2022 for the Nintendo Switch, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series consoles, and PC. I want to talk about how I felt about the game and if it should be played before 100 Heroes. Before we get into the video, make sure to smash that like button, subscribe to my channel, and tell me what your thoughts on Eiyuden Chronicle Rising was, and if you're excited to play 100 Heroes. Anyways, let's pop that corn, ice that drink, and let's talk about Eiyuden Chronicle Rising. So as mentioned, Eiyuden Chronicle Rising is a prequel to 100 Heroes and was one of the stretch goal rewards for its Kickstarter. Rising does a very good job at setting the scene and giving a bit of a background story on the world of Eiyuden Chronicle and what to expect. In Rising, you, the player, take the role of CJ, a teenage girl looking for adventure and riches. In her travels, she comes across the town of New Nevea, an up-and-coming town in development. While talking to the acting mayor, Isha, CJ hears about a giant rune lens worth a ton of money. But unfortunately, in order to gain entrance to the quarry, where it's located, you have to have an adventurer's pass, which costs 100,000 baka. Alternatively, you can get an adventurer's pass by helping out the townspeople with odd jobs and filling your stamp card with stamps. As CJ is determined to find this rune lens and lacks the money to buy an adventurer's pass, this is her only option. While completing odd jobs and getting to know the town and its secrets, you meet your two other party members, Garou, a warrior kangaroo, and the aforementioned Isha, who is the mayor's daughter, who is somewhat of an oddity because she's somehow able to use magic without a rune lens. The story of Eiyuden Chronicle Rising is very basic and paper thin. I feel while there is story, and it does get interesting near the end, it really isn't the main reason you would want to play this game. The main reason you would want to play Eiyuden Chronicle Rising is to understand the setting and get to know a few characters that you'll meet in 100 Heroes. The game does set a basic foundation and is enjoyable enough, but there are a few things that bother me about it and are all related to the gameplay aspect. Eiyuden Chronicle Rising is probably the best fetch quest simulator you will ever play. 90% of Eiyuden Chronicle Rising is just meaningless fetch quests. Almost all of them are just collect 5 of this item, or go check this area and kill this enemy. They're very uninspired and feel as if you're doing the same thing over and over again with no originality. As you do quests, you get to know the various townspeople. They are more interesting than just generic NPCs as you see in most RPGs, and they all have their stories, but all these quests just feel like busy work and get incredibly repetitive, and it gets really old really quickly. As you do quests for people, the amenities in the town do improve, resulting in new upgrades for your equipment, better items or accessories, and entirely new shops and options. You also get money and experience to level up, so they're worth doing, but it can be really draining. While dungeon crawling, the gameplay isn't much better. When I started playing this, it reminded me of old Newgrounds Flash games from the 1990s. The animations are stiff, and there's not much depth to the combat at all. You have an attack, which evolves ever so slightly as you upgrade your weapons, usually just attack upwards or attack downwards. A unique ability that gets a tiny bit better as you upgrade your armor, and you can equip elemental runes to augment your attack slightly. Each of your 3 characters, CJ, Garou, and Isha, are assigned to a button. On an Xbox controller, CJ is assigned to X. She attacks with pickaxes and has a dash ability. Garou is assigned to Y. He attacks with a broadsword and can guard. And Isha, who attacks with magic, is assigned to B. She also has a brief teleport. When you attack with one character, if you press another character's attack button as you hit the enemy, you'll perform a link attack, which can then be linked to another character's attack, so on and so forth. You can increase the amount of link attacks by completing more and more stamp cards. This is basically the extent of the combat, and it gets really old really fast. Sure, Isha's attacks do change based on the elemental rune lens equipped, but it doesn't really change the flow of combat at all, and there's really no real exploration. It's more or less just basic platforming and incredibly basic puzzles. The game isn't terrible, but honestly, I only played it because I was looking for something short before 100 Heroes, and I wanted the bonuses to transfer over to the main game. The music of Eiyuden Chronicle Rising, well, it exists. Composed by Hiroyuki Iwatsuki, known for such bangers such as Wild Guns and Power Rangers Zeo Battle Racers? I didn't even know Power Rangers Zeo had a racing game. Good to know. Anyways, the music isn't too bad, but it isn't outstanding. It's quite whimsical and just happy. It's average and sets the mood, but nothing really stands out as memorable to me. I like the town and Great Forest music though. Eiyuden Chronicle Rising is a relatively short game. I did a decent amount of side quests. I think I ended with about 90 stamps on my stamp card, and I finished the game in about 11 hours. Looking at PSN profiles, if you want to do every achievement and platinum the game, it's about 30 hours long. Not terrible, but it's nice if you're looking for a short game to play while you're waiting on a new release but don't want to commit to something long term. So there you have it. Eiyuden Chronicle Rising is not a bad game by any stretch of the imagination, but it's very basic and almost feels like it could be a browser game. Have you played Eiyuden Chronicle Rising? If so, what did you think about it? Let me know in the comments and let's get chatting about it. I'm always lurking in the comments and would love to hear your thoughts. If you enjoyed this quick little review, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and ding that notification bell so you don't miss any of my videos. Thanks for popping by. Thank you for supporting what I do over here, and have a wonderful day. 2013 was an interesting year for JRPG fans. RPGs were changing. Everyone was trying to reinvent the genre, and the classics we fell in love with were disappearing. However, there was one shining light in the darkness, and that shining light was Bravely Default. Ayo! My name is Justin, aka Shinky, and this is Shinky JRPGs, where we talk about everything from the most retro of retro RPGs to RPGs current and modern. If that's something that tickles your fancy, be sure to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and tell me what is your opinion of Bravely Default. Bravely Default was released in early 2013 for the 3DS by Team Asano and published by Square Enix. While RPGs were constantly changing, Bravely Default was that one game to remind people of the RPGs they grew up with. However, was it any good? Well, that's what I'm here to talk about today. So pop that corn and ice that drink, and let's talk about some Bravely Default. Bravely Default is absolutely one of those games that is a classic Final Fantasy title in everything but name. It's got the 4 crystals of the elements, the 4 heroes of light, and plot twists out the wazoo. What about that story though? Is it going to blow your mind? Is it original? Honestly, not entirely. For the most part, the story is pretty basic and fair, but it does have a few plot twists that might surprise you. Bravely Default begins with our main hero, Tiz Arior, tending to a farm with his brother Till in the village of Dorende, when all of a sudden, the village is swallowed up by a huge chasm. Till falls into the chasm to his death, and after some time, Tiz wakes up in the village of Kadizla, only to find out he was rescued by the captain of the guard, Sir Owen. Curious about any survivors in Dorende, Tiz returns to the chasm, now known as Norende Ravine, and finds the Wind Crystal's Vestal, Agnes Oblige, who advises Tiz that he was the only survivor. Tiz is then informed that Agnes, accompanied by the Christ Fairy Aerie, is on a journey to awaken the Wind Crystal from the darkness to reverse the damage it has caused. Tiz offers his help, but Agnes initially refuses, as she believes it is her responsibility as a Vestal to face the adversity of the journey on her own. The next morning, they wake up in the inn and meet a flirtatious amnesiac named Ring-a-Bell. 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 Amnesia? Doesn't ring a bell? Oh, wordplay. But anyways, back to the story. Ringabel has a mysterious journal that seems to predict the events of the story. Initially skeptical due to Ringabel's tendency to hit on anything with a pulse. Eventually, Tiz and Anius come around and have Ringabel join them on their journey. The next night, a woman named Idea and a black mage named Ominous set fire to the town and escape to Central Keep. Our heroes then follow them, and it turns out Idea does not agree with Ominous's actions and joins the party in order to take out Ominous. Another day passes, and the party sets off towards Zankheim to unseal the wind crystal and rescue it from the darkness. Upon unsealing the wind crystal, the wind starts blowing again. Seeing this, the party does typical RPG things and decides it's a good idea to unseal all 4 crystals of the elements at advice of the Crystal Fairy Eri in order to restore Norende. This is a very basic telling of the story, but this is basically the entirety of the game with one plot twist that I will get into. Just a warning, we're jumping into a huge spoiler territory here for Chapter 5 and beyond. So if you're worried about spoilers, you might want to fast forward. Just check out the timestamp at the top of the video here. Bravely Default is a very good game story-wise, for the most part. Chapters 1 to 4 are amazing, and full of adventure and great characters. Even the bosses all have wonderful storylines. However, once you hit Chapter 5, that's where the game starts to plummet. After you unseal the 4 crystals, and fly into the resulting light as Eri suggests to restore Norende, the restoration fails, and you seemingly go back in time to before any of the crystals were unsealed, or any of the bosses were defeated. At Eri's suggestion, you are asked to go unseal the crystals and try again to restore Norende again. At this point, you take your airship and fly to each crystal, fight the crystal boss again, and unseal each crystal again. You can also refight the bosses over again to get a bit more story for them, but that's entirely optional. After unsealing each crystal and attempting to restore Norende again, it fails yet again. This happens 4 times in a row. It gets incredibly repetitive and is a blemish on an otherwise perfect game. After unsealing 20 crystals, it turns out that Eri is actually a demon that has been lying to you, and every crystal you unsealed was powering up her leader Ouroboros. Or Ouroboros? It is pronounced weirdly. Anyways, one super interesting part of the story is near the end of the game. I won't spoil what it is, but it uses the front camera on your 3DS to add a little bit of a surprise factor. Made me smile because it was not something I was expecting. Honestly, other than the repetitive of Chapter 5 on, the story is really well done, and absolutely needs to be experienced by anyone that enjoys classic RPGs from the 90s era. What mechanics make up your favorite battle systems? Let me know in the comments below, I'm quite curious. For me, my favorite battle systems are turn-based with job systems. That's why games like Final Fantasy Tactics, Octopath Traveler, and Final Fantasy X-2 are some of my favorite games in the genre. Bravely Default is also a turn-based RPG with a job system, and if I was to compare the gameplay to any other game, it would have to be Final Fantasy V. When you start Bravely Default, you are classed as a freelancer. Nothing is spectacular about a freelancer, a jack of all trades, no special abilities, decent with all equipment. However, as you play through the game, you'll run into certain bosses known as asterisk bearers. The asterisk bearers hold the asterisks, which are items that enable class changes. Once you defeat these bosses, you gain the ability to use the classes on your own character. It can be something simple like a white mage that focuses on healing and buffing your party, or thief that can steal items from your enemies at high speeds. Each job has affinities with each type of equipment. For example, a sword will have higher stats on a knight than it would on a white mage, but the white mage would get higher stats from a robe than they would from heavy armor. This stops every class from being identical stats-wise while not completely negating equipment options. Furthermore, each class has its own abilities, but you can also equip a subclass. When you equip a subclass, you get access to that class's abilities, which allows quite a bit of mixed matching. For example, you could have a knight and equip white mage abilities, creating a paladin of sorts. Or you can take advantage of the thief's speed stat to cast the conjurer's buff abilities before the enemy gets a turn. In addition to support abilities, This gives complete freedom to create some absolute game-breaking characters. That's part of the fun of the job system. Nothing is more fun than experimenting with jobs, sub-jobs, and support abilities to create a team that is completely invincible with incredible damage output. One other nice aspect about the combat is the auto battle system. You can set up what you want every character to do, turn it onto auto with fast forward, and your characters will continue doing that until the battle ends. And if you don't turn off auto battle, your characters will continue doing that in the next battle. This makes grinding very simple and mindless. I feel this should be in every RPG because it simplifies a whole lot. I don't want to forget about the default and brave system. In battle, you have two options. Default is your basic defend. It enables you to have BP. BP allows you to use multiple actions in one turn. You can use up to 4 brave points per turn using 4 different moves in a row. This allows you to do things like if you need to heal, you can heal and attack, or if you need to heal HP and MP, you can expend some extra BP to fully restore your party. It gives a little bit of an option, and it also has a risk and reward, because even if you don't have the BP built up, you can go down as low as -4. So if you don't finish the battle, you're going to have 3 turns where you can't do a single thing. It really makes Bravely Default and the whole Bravely series stand out. Exploration in Bravely Default is another aspect that is reminiscent of the games of the past. You have a wide open world map that is fully explorable. There aren't very many secret areas, but still, a wide open world map? That's all but vanished these days. Towns might be small with very little to explore, but you can still rob and pillage random townspeople for the fun of it. Disclaimer, this channel does not condone the act of petty theft, unless there's an ongoing demon about to end the world. Anyways, the items you can find in people's homes are pretty basic. Potions, status carrying items, attack items, maybe some money. It's nothing that's gonna make a huge change or make you have that FOMO feeling, but it's still a bit of a reward. I miss the days of RPG heroes that were closet kleptomaniacs. Some indie RPGs are bringing it back, but it still isn't the same. Post-production Future Shinki here. I totally forgot about a few features of the game because I didn't touch them in my replay. I know, I'm a terrible YouTuber. Anyways, Bravely Default has a few side features that focus on the 3DS Street Pass and Friend system. The first few features are summoning your friends and Abby Link. If you have friends that have played Bravely Default and they've uploaded their data to the server, you can actually summon them into battle to do an attack. Depending how far into the game they are, it can be ridiculously overpowered and instantly kill bosses. Unfortunately, since Spot Pass no longer exists, this feature is completely null and void. Luckily, the game does still have some AI players named FriendBot, BuddyBot, PalBot, and AmigoBot, which have weaker attacks that constantly update throughout the game. I mean, it's not much, but it's better than nothing. Anyways, with Abby Link, you can assign a friend to each of your 4 party members and give them access to abilities they may not have learned yet. This can be helpful, especially with abilities like Experience Up or JP Up. Again, if you don't have any friends, you have access to the aforementioned bot AI members. Another feature I failed to mention was the Rebuilding Norende minigame. About an hour into the game, you get this minigame to rebuild Norende. In order to get workers, you use the 3DS Street Pass system. Every time you Street Pass with someone, you get an additional worker, up to a max of 100. You can assign these workers to rebuild various amenities in the Norende or clear paths, and this all happens in real time. This unlocks powerful equipment that you can buy or fight super bosses with. While it's still possible to use Street Pass, it's very unlikely as I don't believe very many people carry their 3DSs around with them. I just used a save editor to give myself 100 workers and had them work on the town. And so rebuilding Norende, it's a feature that works even when the console is in sleep mode. And the last feature I forgot to mention is Bravely Second, which kinda gets a bit confusing when the sequel is named the same thing. Anyways, using an SP point, Bravely Second will initiate a time stop type mode that allows your party to attack and do insane amounts of damage while freezing the enemies. And only in Bravely Second mode can you break the damage limit of 9,999. SP is recovered by having your game on and in sleep mode for 8 hours to restore 1 point, or you can purchase SP from the eShop. Or rather, you used to be able to. Sleep Mode is the only way to get SP now, as the 3DS eShop has been closed since March 27th, 2023. Okay, that's it for post-production Shanky. You may now return to your regularly scheduled Shanky. Being on the 3DS, you can't expect too much from Bravely Default's graphics, right? Honestly, Bravely Default looks great for a game on a 13-year-old handheld. The world map is detailed and nicely colored. It's easy to tell the difference between various types of terrains, which is very helpful when you're trying to farm a certain enemy that only appears in a certain area. Let's talk combat graphics. So these are a little bit more detailed, which makes sense because the majority of the game takes place in battles. Enemies are unique in every area. Recolors, while they do exist, are rare. The battle environments are gorgeous, and spell animations are crazy and satisfying. Bravely Default is pleasing to the eyes, and that just adds to the enjoyment of an already amazing game. Okay, tell me, what is your favorite video game soundtrack? Let me know in the comments below. All good? How about no? Okay, excellent. Bravely Default is better than it. Okay, I'm joking. But seriously, Bravely Default has to be one of my favorite OSTs of all time. Composed by Revo, the OST of Bravely Default does so much with such limited hardware. Seriously, from the title screen, to the world map, to the battle theme, and to the character themes, there's just something about Bravely Default's soundtrack that just hits completely different. One of the few soundtracks that uses trumpets and violins so prominently. The battle theme, Bell of Battle, is one of my favorite battle themes of all time, but my favorite theme in this game absolutely has to be Ring a Bell's theme, Vagrant of Love. It's got trumpets, it's got drums, it's got guitars, it even has an accordion. Just perfection. It would not be a lie to say that Ring a Bell's theme has to be the best character theme of all time. I'm sorry, Terra, you've been dethroned. You're good, but not as good. The character themes even got vocalized versions in live concerts. Bravely Default just has one of those soundtracks that causes you to sit and listen. No matter what music is playing, it's so perfect. I could go on for hours just gushing about this game's soundtrack, but no one wants a 5-hour video about Bravely Default, do they? Unless... I briefly mentioned the pacing earlier, but how long does Bravely Default take to play through? Well, that is entirely up to you. How much grinding do you want to do? Or when do you want to do your grinding? If you do your job grinding early, it'll take quite a bit longer than if you wait until mid-game, or maybe during chapters 5 to 8. You decide you want to refight every asterisk boss because you want the optional story content. My playthrough took about 40 hours. I sped through chapters 5 to 8, only doing the necessary crystal unsealing and the optional dungeon. The game is very front-heavy, with 90% of the game being in the first 4 chapters. However, on the positive, there are difficulty settings to determine the strength of the enemies. You can modify encounter rate from no encounters at all, or double them. This is very nice, as you can simplify grinding by increasing the encounter rate. Or if you just want to rush through, you can turn off encounters entirely. Another aspect that I feel needs to be part of every RPG. I could see it being entirely possible to rush this game in 30 hours. Or taking 80 hours or so if you want to take your time to savor the game. It's completely up to the player. No way is better than the other. So there you have it. If it isn't already totally apparent, Bravely Default is one of my favorite RPGs of all time, and I'm hoping that one of these days it gets released from the 3DS jail and gets a modern console port. Bravely Default is a nice classic RPG in a sea of the genre being reinvented with every new game that gets released. Have you played Bravely Default? If so, what did you think about it? Let me know in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video and want to experience more Bravely content, seriously, I plan on reviewing Bravely 2nd and Bravely Default 2 in the near future. I might even throw the 4 Heroes of Light in there as well. Make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to my channel, and ding that notification bell so you don't miss any of my RPG content. Thanks for watching, and thanks for your support. I can't express how much I appreciate it. And as always, have a wonderful day. Oh, hey there! My name is Justin, aka Shanky, and this is Shanky JRPGs. Today, I'm playing Trials of Mana. Trials of Mana. Originally released on the Super Famicom as Seiken Densetsu 3 on September 30th, 1995. North America and Europe didn't see it officially translated until the Collection of Mana on June 11th, 2019. This was always a game that interested me. When we got the remake in 2020, I jumped onto that and loved every second of it. So today we will be talking about the original release and how it plays in 2024. Before we get into today's review, make sure to show your love by hitting that like button, subscribe to my channel, and tell me, what do you think about Trials of Mana? Do you love it? Do you hate it? Have you played the original? What about the remake? Let me know in the comments below. Anyways, let's pop some corn, ice that drink, and let's get into Trials of Mana. Trials of Mana did something relatively unique with its story, and it's brilliant for it. Trials of Mana features 6 main characters, and depending on who you choose as your main character, you get to see a unique intro and one of 3 different final dungeons. As for the characters and who they are, let's talk about them. Duran is an orphaned mercenary from Valsina. Angela is the rejected princess of Altina. Kevin is the half-human, half-beast prince of Ferolia. Charlotte is a half-elf cleric from Wendell, and the embodiment of Uwu. Hawkeye is a member of the Thieves Guild of Navarro. And Reese is the princess of Laurent and leader of the Amazon army. The characters are all incredibly interesting and have interesting dynamics with one another. Each character has a pair character that offers a more in-depth story scene. These pairs are Duran and Angela, Kevin and Charlotte, and finally Hawkeye and Reese. I only did one playthrough myself. I went with Kevin as my main and then Charlotte and Angela as my 2 supporting characters. And hey, if you're enjoying this video so far and want more JRPG-centric lists and reviews, make sure to smash that like button and subscribe to my channel. After your character's introductory scene, the plot is generally the same for each character up until the final dungeon. Your main character will go to sleep in the town of Astoria, and in the middle of the night, they wake up to a bright light. After following this bright light, it turns out to be a fairy of mana. After this fairy bonds with your main character, you hear a loud noise from the town of Astoria. Rushing back to Astoria, you see that the town has been ransacked and destroyed by the Beast Kingdom of Ferolia. Fairy then instructs you to go to Wendell and speak for the Priest of Light for one reason or another. This reason is determined by your main hero's motivation as outlined in the intro scene. Once you get to Wendell, you are asked to go to each Mana Stone and collect each elemental spirit of mana, so that you can retrieve the Mana Sword from the Sanctuary of Mana. After traveling to each Mana Stone, collecting the 8 elemental spirits, and retrieving the Mana Sword, Fairy is kidnapped by the 2 main villains of your current storyline, and held hostage in exchange for the Mana Sword. Once the trade is made, the God Beasts, or Benevodons, are released from the Mana Stones to cause havoc upon the world. Your heroes then defeat the Benevodons, only to find out that each Benevodon that gets defeated powers up the main villain, bringing them ever closer to godhood. After defeating every Benevodon, as well as the villain's minions, you go to the Sanctuary of Mana and defeat the main villain to prevent them from destroying the Mana Tree. Fairy then fuses with the Mana Tree and is reborn as the Mana Goddess in 1,000 years. But until then, Mana will not exist. Once the game ends, each character has their respective conclusion and returns to their homeland. The end. I honestly love the story. It's incredibly dark for such an innocent looking art style and isn't afraid to rip your heart out. A lot of the intro scenes for each character are incredibly emotional and heart-wrenching. Kevin's in particular really hit me. Trials of Mana is definitely a game for people that like having those heartstrings tugged at. Ooh boy, let's talk about this gameplay. Just to preface this, yes, I am aware it's an action RPG from 1995, and I know action RPGs were still getting their groove on there, but there were parts about this game that frustrated the heck out of me. Trials of Mana is a massive improvement on Secret of Mana in every single way. As for combat, hits actually register, and if you miss, there are actual miss logos that come up, so you aren't wondering if your attack actually missed the enemy or if they evaded the attack. You no longer have to attack once and then wait 1 to 2 seconds before attacking again. The charge bar has disappeared. Special attacks aren't used by holding a button for several seconds anymore. Instead of charging by holding a button, every time you land a regular attack, you build up a gauge. Once that gauge is full, you press a dedicated button, and you use a special attack. Each character has several different special attacks that range from levels 1 to 3, and are determined by the class you chose. The class changes are something I'll get into shortly. On top of regular attacks and special moves, a wide variety of the characters have spells. Spells can have a wide variety of effects, such as elemental damage, healing, buffs, or debuffs. My issue with spells is, first of all, you have to manually cast these spells. The AI will never use these spells on their own, and opening the ring menu is very slow and very cumbersome. Furthermore, when you cast a spell, it freezes the entire screen until the spell is done playing out. For an action RPG, this really interrupts the gameplay and slows it down. As for what really bothers me with the combat, there are a few things. Starting off, semi-frequently, the game just didn't register my inputs, be it pressing the attack button, the special button, or the menu button. The game just seemed to swallow inputs and I'd have to press the button 3, 4, or even 5 times before it actually worked. It was really annoying, but the worst thing related to the combat, enemies that have healing spells, they will use them, and they will never stop using them, with seemingly infinite MP. Even having your whole party target that enemy, there are times, especially mid to late game, where enemies can out-heal the damage that you're capable of dealing. So you're fighting with RNG, hoping that the enemy decides to use something that isn't a healing spell. This, coupled with the spell freeze aspect that every spell has, it just leads to certain portions of the game being incredibly frustrating. Alright, so it's time to talk about the class changes. In Trials of Mana, each character can go through 2 class changes, one at 18 and another at 38. Once you get to level 18, you go visit a Mana Stone or the statue at the Sanctuary of Mana, and you can choose either a light or a dark class. Light classes tend to be more support based, and dark classes seem to focus more on damage dealing or debuffs. When you change your class, you will get a level 2 special attack, which is used by building up more of your super gauge with more attacks, and on occasion, you'll get spells. Class changing at level 38 is a little bit more specific. You still have a light and a dark class. However, instead of just interacting with a Mana Stone, you have to obtain a specific class change item from a question mark seed. The class change items from those seeds are completely down to RNG. You can save scum them by loading and reloading to get a preferred item, but I found it much more effective to just grind like 6 to 10 question mark seeds and then see what you get from them. The level 3 classes are incredibly powerful, and the level 3 specials that come alongside them are screen clearing destruction and incredibly satisfying. Outside of battle, the game is typical RPG and really isn't that interesting. NPCs aren't generally all that unique, their dialogue is just there, and exploring cities doesn't really amount to any real benefits. You can't really loot many houses, and towns seem to just exist to push you into the next story event. Save for maybe the black market, I found myself just rushing through towns to progress with the plot because every instance of the story was amazing. So, the story is great, the gameplay is decent. What about graphically? If you've been around my channel before, it won't be a surprise that I adore pixel art. Trials of Mana is up there as one of the most gorgeous games when it comes to pixel art. Each character is so excruciatingly detailed in every aspect. In Trials of Mana, it's so detailed that you can tell what the design is on Kevin's pants. Or you can tell what Duran's armor is ideally supposed to look like. Or if Angela's pixelated cleavage is more to your jam, Trials of Mana has got your back. Anyways, Trials of Mana is a victim to recolors of enemies and even your characters. Each one of your character classes is generally just a recolor of your basic skin, outside of the level 3 classes, which are a little bit more unique. It's the same thing with enemies. There are 27 different types of enemies, but 66 different regular enemies total. So naturally, that means 2 to 3 recolors of each type of enemy. It's not a huge loss, but I would have liked a little bit more uniqueness with the enemy types. Another thing that really got on my nerves graphically is how similar rooms looked. There were numerous times where I would get lost in a castle or a forest because I couldn't tell the difference between one room and another. It just led to running around in circles and constantly fighting things over and over, hoping I could accidentally navigate in the right direction. Of course, that might be more of a commentary on my sense of direction than the game's design. Ah well, a minor grievance on an otherwise beautiful looking game. So the graphics are great generally, but the music, how is it? Do you remember my Secret of Mana review? If you haven't seen that video, make sure to check it out after you're done here. Maybe check out the rest of the Road to Visions of Mana while you're at it. Remember all the positive words I said about that game's soundtrack? Well, Trials of Mana, through the magic of Squaresoft, somehow manages to exceed that substantially. Normally, at this point, I would tell you some of my favorite tunes in the game, but with Trials of Mana, that's easier said than done. The Trials of Mana soundtrack is absolutely stellar. Every single track of music is an absolute bop. Hiroki Kikuta outdid himself with this game, and I wouldn't doubt that it's probably the best music he has ever composed. The soundtrack is a non-stop banger, and it just gets better and better as you go on. The sad moments with their accompanying music amplify those scenes to new levels. And on the opposite end of the spectrum, the incredibly hype moments are also boosted to new levels of insanity thanks to the music. I love this soundtrack so much, I just can't get enough of it. Alrighty, so the length of the game. How long is it? Well, as I mentioned before, Trials of Mana has 3 different storylines, and each storyline is roughly 20 to 30 hours depending on your playstyle. So you can expect to play about 60 to 90 hours to see the entirety of the game. As for the pacing of this game is nothing short of perfect. The game is not grind heavy. If you fight every enemy you run up against, you'll be adequately leveled. You can just casually stroll through each dungeon and field map, killing all that threaten you, and be adequately leveled with little to no difficulty. Trials of Mana gets rid of the weapon and magic leveling system from Secret of Mana, so that solves some of the aggravating grinding from the previous game. It's perfect in every sense of the word. Alright, so there was the original in 1995, and then the game got a remake in 2020. But which is the best version of Trials of Mana? Well, the Trials of Mana remake from 2020 is much more streamlined, expanded upon in almost every aspect, and has extra post-game content. Whereas the original has a charm that cannot be matched with its gorgeous pixel art and 2D gameplay. Personally, this is just my point of view. I'm sure that there will be people that prefer the original, and that's okay. But personally, I would suggest the remake if you're looking for an experience that won't stress you out. The original is great, but unfortunately, I feel like it didn't age well, and the remake fixed every issue I had with the original. Can't go wrong if you'd rather a classic sprite and pixel-based RPG adventure though. So there you have it. Trials of Mana is a wonderful and an absolutely beautiful game that is worth a playthrough, regardless of how you play it. Have you played Trials of Mana? Either the original or the remake? And did you enjoy it? Let me know in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video and want more JRPG content, such as RPG lists and RPG reviews, be sure to smash that like button, subscribe to my channel, and ding that notification bell so you don't miss a single one of my videos. Anyways, thanks for watching, thank you for your support, and as always, have a wonderful day. The Mana series is fantastic. What's the 4th game like? Well, let's take a look at Dawn of Mana. Dawn of Mana released on May 22nd, 2007 on the PlayStation 2, and at the time of this recording, it remains an exclusive title to the console. Welcome back to part 4 and the final part of my Road to Visions of Mana series. Dawn of Mana is the 4th mainline release of the Mana series, and this is the 4th and final part of my Road to Visions of Mana series. I am here to give my honest, unhinged, and fair thoughts on Dawn of Mana. Before we start though, have you played Dawn of Mana? Do you love it? Do you hate it? Would you suggest it to someone looking to play an action RPG? Let me know in the comments below, and don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. It's time to begin. Let's talk about Seiken Densetsu 4, also known as Dawn of Mana. The Mana series is... well, let's be completely honest. The game stories are not all that intricate. More or less, each Mana title follows the same story structure, but that's okay. The story of Dawn of Mana was written by Ryo Akagi, based on a story created by Masato Kato. As I said, the story of Dawn of Mana isn't super unique, but it's really the different characters, their personalities, and how they interact with one another that really makes us love the series. Dawn of Mana takes place in the land of Fadiel, which is composed of 5 nations: Jad, Topple, Ishe, Wendell, and Lorimar. The Tree of Mana is currently dormant, and the world seems to be at peace. You play the role of Keldric, a Mana maiden named Ritzia's knight. One day, while out chasing after Ritzia's pet in the land of Elucia within Fadiel, Elucia gets attacked by King Shroud of Lorimar. Unsure of what to do, Keldric and Ritzia run towards the Tree of Mana, expecting King Shroud to attack the legendary beast that rests beneath the giant tree. While searching for this beast, a seed of mana attaches to Keldric, giving him the power to have that seed transform into a sword, whip, or slingshot. Amongst all this, a mana child is found named Faye, who decides to join Ritzia and Keldric. King Shroud eventually catches up to Keldric and Ritzia, and it turns out that King Shroud is not looking for the legendary mana beast, but instead is looking for Ritzia with the intention of using her to open a portal to an ancient land of darkness known as Mavolia. Shroud then succeeds in kidnapping Ritzia, thus beginning Keldric's adventure alongside Faye to save both Ritzia and the land of Elucia. Honestly, the story of Dawn of Mana is serviceable. Yeah, it's typical mana fare, with needing to save a mana maiden and progressing through dungeons, saving the world from never-ending darkness. Same old, right? Yeah, sure, but the storytelling of Dawn of Mana is really well done, and the cutscenes have real feeling to them thanks to the graphics and music. If you've played a Mana game, you know what to expect. But isn't that something we really need when it comes to a series we love? Familiarity, but just a little change here and there. You may have heard that Dawn of Mana is terrible, but I've only said positive things about it. Well, let's talk about why people don't care for Dawn of Mana. It's all because of the gameplay. Oh, Dawn of Mana, your gameplay. Are you ready to hear me roast the heck out of this game? I sure hope so, because that's what the next little bit is going to be all about. Dawn of Mana is, well, gameplay-wise, it's the worst action platformer I have ever played. The gameplay mechanics, the movement, the attacking, everything is just so horrible. I had to force myself to finish this game. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. It took me 3 attempts to try and play through this trash heap. Yes, it was that bad. But you're probably wondering how a game could be this bad when we have games like Secret and Trials of Mana behind it. Well, let's talk about that. First things first. Leveling is temporary. I know, right? That seems incredibly pointless for an RPG, doesn't it? Why fight enemies if what you're going to do really isn't going to amount to anything long term? Dawn of Mana is separated into chapters. In every chapter, your stats go back down to 1. Your HP, your MP, your strength, your sword level, and whip level are all reset back down to basic levels. And Dawn of Mana doesn't have a conventional level up system either. Dawn of Mana employs a stun mechanic. You can use the environment to startle enemies. This can be something like throwing rocks at your enemy or dropping a log near the enemy. You can even throw one enemy at another. While startled, enemies will not attack. It's almost like a stun state, and you can attack them to knock out medallions. As you collect these medallions, they will increase corresponding stats. You can raise your HP, MP, and level up your sword and whip level. The more medallions you collect, the stronger you become. As you level up your sword and whip, you get new abilities. For example, your sword combo increases in numbers of hits, or you can perform other actions with your whip, like twirling items or enemies. This helps you get all through the chapter, but once you beat the boss, all those weapon levels, medallions, and collected get transformed into lucre, the currency of the game. So the following chapter, you start from scratch. It defeats the purpose of grinding and makes it pointless. As someone who enjoys grinding and power leveling, this was a huge disappointment. Furthermore, you may have remembered me mentioning a slingshot. The slingshot allows you to shoot pebbles to damage enemies or knock down pieces of the environment to startle enemies. And later on, you can shoot elementals at enemies, letting you burn or freeze enemies, which can also startle them. It's a nice mechanic, but more often than not, I've found myself too nervous to use the various elementals because they seem to be necessary to get past various obstacles or defeat the boss. It kinda defeats the whole purpose of it. Beyond that, the platforming. Oh dear goodness me, the platforming. This game has some of the most agonizing and frustrating platforming known to man. As a comparison, the platforming in Kingdom Hearts was so much more tolerable. Do you remember Deep Jungle? That was agonizing, but I would prefer it so much more than this. First issue is the camera. When you are trying to jump up and pull off platforming, it's almost as if the camera is being controlled by a monkey addicted to catnip. It likes to whip around like crazy for seemingly no reason at all. This makes trying to actually platform almost impossible at times. Couple this with numerous blind jumps and ledges that are far too small, it just makes for a really frustrating time. I spent far too long in areas that I shouldn't have just because I struggled to make basic jumps. It was not fun at all, and this is one of the main reasons I don't ever plan on playing Dawn of Mana ever again. See, I told you, this was gonna be an all-out roast-a-thon. Roasted more than a turkey on Thanksgiving. Alright. That's enough negativity for one video, I hope. Let's talk about the graphics and art style. Dawn of Mana is beautiful. Even whilst all the struggles I had with the game, Dawn of Mana is just an absolutely gorgeous game. This is something the Mana series has always had going for it. It started with Secret of Mana and then continued on to Trials of Mana, and Dawn of Mana is no exception. The colors and overall art style are just so amazing. One of those games that's just incredibly pleasing to the eyes. The best thing about the game, personally, is that everything was so colorful. Even in dark caves, you're not blindly running around trying to make yourself to some source of light. Caverns were lit up enough so that you get lost all on your own free will. Dawn of Mana as a whole really looks good for a PlayStation 2 game. I would dare say it's possibly one of the best looking games on the PlayStation 2, and the art style definitely contributes to that. Naoi Keita definitely outdid herself with this game. Easily some of the best character designs that the whole series has to offer. And yes, this includes Trials of Mana. Another part of Dawn of Mana that I have nothing but praise for, Kenji Ito again hits it out of the park with non-stop great composing. Easily, my favorite has to be Rising Sun, the title theme. It's so calming and relaxing, almost like running across an open field without a care in the world. Every single piece of music just feels super appropriate and welcoming. Dawn of Mana has one of those soundtracks that you can just put on if you need to lull yourself into dreamland. It's that good. Kenji Ito just knows what he's doing, and Dawn of Mana possibly has one of my favorite OSTs of all time. Sure, not all of the themes in this game are relaxing and calm. For example, the boss theme is just so damn good. I'm no musician, but I know what I like, and boy howdy do I love this soundtrack. If you have a chance, go give it a listen. You 100% will not regret it. You'll be jamming out to it before you know it. Just know that the music of this game far exceeds the quality of the game itself. Don't get suckered into playing it. That will be the biggest mistake you'll ever make. Now more positivity! Woo! I'll be honest. I went into this review hoping to roast Dawn of Mana to the heavens, but honestly, it's not entirely bad. Dawn of Mana is a respectable length. For a single playthrough, you're looking at maybe 15 to 20 hours, depending on how much exploration you do and how much difficulty you have with the platforming. Dawn of Mana does offer multiple difficulties in playthroughs though. It has a New Game Plus of sorts. Remember all those medallions and collectibles? Well, they go towards New Game Plus perks, such as starting a chapter with your sword at a higher level, or starting with increased HP, making future playthroughs a little more bearable. I mean, I wouldn't wish multiple playthroughs of this game on my worst enemy, but if you want to suffer the pain of 1,000 suns, then, feel free. Feel free to play through this torture chamber again and again. As for pacing, it isn't terrible. Cutscenes are pleasant, and they don't feel overly long. Dungeons play out pretty well. Some chapters are longer than others, but that might just be a me problem, as I got stuck on platforming sections much more than I want to admit. as well as I kinda have the navigation abilities of a moldy mop. Generally though, the pacing feels just right, probably due to grinding not being a necessity in this game, so no complaints there, but everything else? Yes, you suck, Dawn of Mana. You are the suckiest suck that ever sucked.
I've seen teams suck before, but they were the suckiest bunch of sucks that ever sucked.
So there you have it. Dawn of Mana absolutely fails as far as gameplay is concerned, but still does have some enjoyable aspects. Would I suggest you to play it? No. Stay away. Watch a Let's Play. Let someone else suffer while you relax to the amazing soundtrack and beautiful art style. I'm sorry, Square Enix. You could have done so much better with this game. If you would just remake this game in the same style that you did Trials of Mana, or maybe like how Vengeance of Mana is looking, then absolutely, it might be worth a playthrough. But for the time being, stay away from this original release. Have you suffered, I mean played, Dawn of Mana? If so, what did you think about it? And if not, has this review convinced you to run far, far away like your life depends on it? Let me know in the comments below. I swear, most of my reviews are positive, but I had to make an exception for Dawn of Mana. It was a terrible time, and I feel like I need to go through therapy after how bad this game was. If you enjoyed this video and want more JRPG content, make sure to smash that like button, subscribe to my channel, and ding that notification bell so you don't miss any of my future JRPG shenanigans. This has been Shanky, everyone's favorite cactus. Thanks so much for watching, and as always, have a wonderful day. I just played Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals for the first time. Strap yourselves in because I'm ready to tell you all about my experiences in today's review. Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals was released on February 24th, 1995 for the Super Nintendo. If you recall, this was the first game on my list of must-play JRPGs still in my backlog. Well, I went ahead and fixed that issue and it's no longer on that backlog. I've heard so much about Lufia 2 and how it defines the genre, how it's one of the best RPGs ever created, how you aren't a JRPG fan if you don't play it, all that kind of jazz. But now that I've played it, and I can be considered a JRPG fan again, I want to talk about Lufia 2. Its pros, its cons, and how it felt to play in 2024. But before we get into the whole shebang, do you like JRPGs? What about lists and reviews about JRPGs? Well, if you do, consider hitting that like button, subscribing to the channel, and let me know. What do you think about Lufia 2? Let's get discussing the comments about this classic. With that being said, it's time to jump into today's video, so pull up a chair, grab a drink, and get ready to hear all about Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals. In Lufia 2, you take the role of Maxim. Maxim is a swordsman from the town of Elcid. He hunts monsters and sells the remains of those monsters to the shopkeeper, his longtime friend Tia. Day in and day out, nothing really changes. Pretty boring life for a talented swordsman, I'd say. However, one day the town mayor gets word that there's a monster outbreak in the cave north of Elcid, and Maxim is put in charge of dealing with it, and recovering the cavern key from the goblin leader. Being naturally skilled in the way of the blade, Maxim deals with it with very little difficulty. However, after recovering this key, a mysterious woman named Iris appears and tells him that he is destined to save the world, which is threatened by the Four Sinistrals, a group of superpowered godlike beings that just want to destroy the world. These Sinistrals are Gades, the Sinistral of Destruction, Amon, the Sinistral of Chaos, Aram, the Sinistral of Death, and their leader, Deos. No, not that Deos. This Deos, the Sinistral of Terror. They are all incredibly powerful and destroy whole towns with the snap of a finger and have no remorse, just showing how terrifying they can be. Along the way, Maxim is joined by his friend Tia, who has a very obvious crush on Maxim, and Maxim honestly is completely oblivious to it in true JRPG hero fashion. Then you have Guy, he's a charismatic warrior, Dakar, the Bound Kingdom Prince's bodyguard, who is full of himself and self-proclaims that he is the strongest in the world. Lexus, the inventor, Artea, the elven bowman, and Salon, the commander of the Parcelite army. So at this point, I'm gonna jump into spoiler territory, so if you don't want to be spoiled on the story, jump to the timestamp above here. Okay,
So first thing I want to talk about is Salon and Tia. When you start the game, and throughout the first third of the game, Tia seems to be the romantic interest. She's sweet, she's cute, she's very much so in love with Maxim, and does everything she can to let him know this. Looks like the perfect possible relationship, if only Maxim wasn't so oblivious. Once you get to Parcelay, you meet Salon. She really doesn't trust you or have any interest in being around Maxim. Honestly, at this point, she's super unlikable. Carry on a little bit, there's the scene where the party fights Gades, and Maxim is supposed to die at this moment. Maxim survives, and almost on a dime, Salon totally does a 180 of her personality to the point where Salon and Maxim get married and they even have a child. You see, this scene is where Tia says, "Don't tell Maxim where I am, I'm just gonna disappear." It's possibly one of the most heartbreaking moments in any game I have ever played. I understand that Maxim sees her as a sister, and Tia doesn't love Maxim the hero, but instead loves Maxim the person and would want him to settle down, ultimately getting in the way and causing the world to end because Maxim couldn't fulfill his destiny. I feel this could have been handled more naturally, maybe in a way that doesn't shatter my heart into a million pieces. This scene was just painful to watch because she holds back her tears because she doesn't believe in crying because it's completely different if a girl cries. Don't worry, Tia. I cried for you. I cried for you. It's at this point that Tia leaves the party forever, is nowhere to be seen, and you don't see her again until the end credits. This is another thing that bothers me with the story. You get so many characters that join you and leave you several times throughout the story, and you don't get your full party until about 85 to 90% through the game. And in addition to that, when a character leaves, they leave with all of the equipment they had on. There's no warning. They're just all, "See ya, bro. Also, I'm taking this." Anyways, at the end of the game, you defeat the 4 Sinistrals. However, Maxim and Salon are sacrificed in the effort and fall asleep one last time together and become spirits that travel the world forever together. After the credits, there's one more scene with Maxim and Salon's son, along with his friend Lufia, only to say this is to be continued in Lufia 1. Yes, this is a prequel to Lufia 1, so it has its connections. Lufia 2 has a really good story. It may be basic and simplistic, especially by today's standards, but the characters are amazing and really make it an experience I won't soon forget. Alright, so let's move on to the gameplay. Combat in Lufia 2 is, well, it's a turn-based RPG. Standard turn-based structure. Choose action, perform action, wait for your next turn. Everything you've seen before, but where Lufia 2 stands out is its IP system. When you take damage, you build up your IP gauge. Once you build up enough of your IP gauge, you can unleash IP skills. These IP skills are attached to your equipment and can be completely broken. From things like buff your stats, debuff enemies, pull off special elemental attacks, or even attack 8 times in a row. The IP system is essentially like a limit system you might encounter in, say, Final Fantasy VII. I really like the IP system because it gives another layer to what equipment you might want to use. So instead of equipment just being used for higher stats, you might want to sacrifice a few stat points in order to have a better IP skill. I love having an additional layer of strategy. It makes you think when buying new equipment. Unfortunately, you can't change equipment mid-battle to take advantage of this IP system. It would be nice, but let's be honest, it's probably going to be a bit broken. There's one incredibly hard fight that you're meant to lose, but with the right strategy and IP skills, it's entirely possible to win. Developing unique strategies like this to win seemingly unwinnable fights feels super good and helps breathe new life into a possibly bland combat system. Alright, so that's it in regards to the combat, but what about dungeons? Oh boy, these dungeons are freaking fantastic. What is one aspect in current JRPGs that is uncommon or downright non-existent? That's right, it's puzzles. Puzzles have all but vanished in modern day JRPGs. And thankfully, Lufia 2 is full of them. In fact, there are so many dungeons and puzzles in this game that I'd say most of it is spent in dungeons. The dungeons of Lufia 2 instantly reminded me of the Wild Arms series. Before you attack me in the comments, I understand that Lufia 2 came out before the first Wild Arms, But remember, I didn't play Lufia 2 until this year, so naturally it's going to remind me of the game I played first. Anyways, in Lufia 2, you get various tools: arrows, fire arrows, bombs, hookshot, and a ball and chain. These tools are used in conjunction with one another to solve all kinds of puzzles. You might need to bomb holes in a wall or hookshot across gaps, hit a distance switch with an arrow, and so on. Not all puzzles use the tools though. Sometimes you need to press switches in the correct order, or even find hidden switches. It's such a nice experience to have all kinds of puzzles to make dungeons interesting as opposed to running from beginning to end. Dungeons and the puzzles are clearly the focus of Lufia 2, as the story scenes are incredibly short. Like seriously, I mean like 2 to 3 minutes long, just to push you into the next puzzle-filled dungeon. It was a nice change from all of the JRPGs that I've played recently. The last thing I want to talk about is the Ancient Cavern. The Ancient Cavern is something that I've never seen in a JRPG before. In fact, it's almost like an entire separate game within Lufia 2. If you're familiar with roguelikes, you'll be right at home with the Ancient Cavern. When you enter the Ancient Cavern, you go down to level 1. You have no equipment and only 10 potions, despite what you may or may not have had in your inventory, and this entire dungeon is randomly generated. The goal of the Ancient Cavern is to go in with absolutely nothing and only get the equipment and items that you find in the dungeon. This means that you can either get incredibly powerful right away, or die mere minutes into the dungeon and forced to try all over again. Now, I've never really been a huge fan of roguelikes, but having it with a turn-based battle system is honestly really unique. This dungeon is completely optional, but you can find some very powerful equipment in this dungeon. There are 2 types of chests. Red chests, the items in these chests disappear once you leave the dungeon. Or you can find ultra rare blue treasure chests. These items can be brought back into the main game with you, and they can be brought back into the cave with you for subsequent runs, making future runs easier. I know there are lots of people that play Lufia 2 solely for this dungeon. I wasn't a huge fan of it, but I can understand why people could spend hundreds and hundreds of hours solely on this Ancient Cavern. Possibly the first roguelike game ever? I'm not 100% sure about that. If you know what the first roguelike is, be sure to let me know in the comments below. Have you ever played a game not expecting much from the soundtrack and get pleasantly blown away? So generally before I play a game, I take a look at the composer to see if I played anything that they might have worked on, and so I know a little bit of what to expect. Lufia 2 was composed by Yasunori Shiono. Honestly, I had not ever heard of this composer before. So I look it up, and more or less all he's worked on are the Lufia games and a couple old Sharp 68000 soundtracks. So naturally, I wasn't expecting much, but honestly, I was pleasantly surprised. The music in Lufia 2 is fantastic. I have to mention the Sinistral battle theme. This is possibly one of the best boss themes I have ever heard. I don't know what it is, but it just sounds so good. It invokes that fear of terror when you're fighting the Sinistrals, which even in battle, all you see is a giant portrait, and you are just a little tiny sprite. It fits the battles so perfectly. Then you have the world map theme, the town themes. There's no disappointment at all. The only music that sounded a little bit generic was the mountainous dungeons. They weren't bad by any means, I enjoyed them, but they didn't really stand out. For the most part though, the music was absolutely fantastic, and if you don't want to spend the time playing through the entirety of Lufia 2, pop up the soundtrack and just listen to it while you're chilling out around the house. You will not be disappointed. Well, okay, so let's talk about how long you should expect to spend with Lufia 2. As per the usual with RPGs, it depends on what you want out of the experience. If you just rush through the game, don't spend any time grinding, ignore the Ancient Cavern, and just binge the story, and maybe minimally struggle with some of the puzzles, it might take you about 20 to 25 hours. Or you could spend hundreds of hours in the Ancient Cavern, if you could be like me, and figure out that you can grind stat increasing potions, and get addicted to stat potion grinding. Go ahead and spend 75 hours doing nothing but grinding for stats. This is by no means necessary. On average though, you might expect to play for maybe 35 to 40 hours on a regular playthrough. As for the pacing, it's great for someone like myself that is gameplay oriented. Cutscenes are super short. I don't think a single cutscene lasted for more than 5 minutes. They seem to only exist to push you into the next dungeon. That's not a complaint. As I mentioned, I love the gameplay aspect of RPGs, so having quick and concise cutscenes that don't overstay their welcome or feel bloated is incredibly appreciated. I was quite happy with the pacing of Lufia 2. It made the game incredibly enjoyable. So there you have it, Lufia 2 is a classic that has stood the test of time and is up there as one of the best JRPGs that I have ever played, even with my Tia and Salon beef. I'd rank it as high as an 8 or 9 personally. The puzzles are unique and the characters are so lovable. If you love JRPGs, you owe it to yourself to give this game a shot. Have you played Lufia 2 Rise of the Sinistrals before? If so, what did you think about it? And if not, have I convinced you to give it a shot? Let me know in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video and want more JRPG content, be sure to hit that like button, subscribe to my channel, and ding that notification bell so you don't miss any of my future videos. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, have a wonderful day. Have you ever gone into a game cautiously optimistic due to previous experiences with that specific developer? Well, that's how I felt about Reynatis. And today, I'm ready to talk all about how it turned out. I've been playing RPGs for years, and one company's RPGs I've had mixed feelings for is Furyu. I've played most of their games, and they range from amazing, like Alliance Alive, to amazingly bad, like Cry Machina. So when I saw Reynatis, initially I was skeptical. On one hand, the game looks gorgeous with a very detective noir look, which I'm all about. However, after Cry Machina, I was concerned if I would come out disappointed. So today, I'm here to talk all about my experiences with Reynatis, what I enjoyed, what concerns I had with the game, and ultimately, if it's worth picking up when the game releases on September 27, 2024 for the Nintendo Switch, PS4, PS5, and PC. So strap yourselves in, it's time to talk about NIS America's newest release, Reynatis. So let's start off with what Reynatis even is. Reynatis is an action RPG that takes place in a realistic fantasy version of Shibuya, Japan. In Reynatis, the citizens of Shibuya have a fear of magic, and everything is capable of, forcing wizards to hide in the shadows and conceal their true identities at risk of being oppressed by the MEA, or Magic Enforcement Administration. The story of Reynatis jumps between two opposing character groups. An MEA squad, led by Sari, that is attempting to eradicate an illegal drug outbreak and suppress wizards, while on the opposite side you have Owl, a volunteer group founded by Michiro that supports stray wizards and intervenes where the MEA is unable to. Kind of like a vigilante group, think of Owl as the Batman of Reynatis. The MEA always has an eye on Owl, as they are considered dangerous. Owl is a small group, but they do what they can to support wizards wherever, which is something the MEA is all against. There is also one more group, a historical group, with a major influence on the world of Reynatis, the Magic Guild of Japan. Opened in 1923, the Magic Guild of Japan was opened by native wizards to protect Japan with the power of magic. However, due to the fear of magic by the general public, it is now considered a terrorist organization due to the enforcement of the magic restriction law. These days, the Magic Guild of Japan continues to have an effect on the society by distributing the drug Rubrum. That is the drug that Sari and the MEA are trying to eradicate. The story of Reynatis is very cliche anime. As mentioned before, you have an ex-police officer, Sari Nishijima. She was attacked and seriously injured by a monster, nearly killing her, who then was awakened as a replica that joined the MEA, and now she works for the Magic Task Force suppressing wizards. One day in the streets of Shibuya, she meets Marin Kirizumi, a 19-year-old college student that became a wizard and came into his magical abilities at the young age of 14, after he was nearly killed by a car accident. As a result, he's been oppressed due to being a wizard almost his whole life, and being looked down upon. He has the goal of being the strongest wizard that no one can defeat. So you have two characters. One that fights to suppress wizards, and a wizard that is sick of being controlled. They both meet, and the story takes off from there. While Sari is chasing after Marin to try and suppress him, as mentioned before, there is this drug called Rubrum that seems to transform ordinary people into monsters. Sari is trying to figure out what this drug is and why it has this effect on ordinary people. As I said, this story is very cliche, and there's nothing overly special about it, but it's serviceable enough to enjoy. I wouldn't say the story is mind-blowing, but it kept me interested enough to want to figure out the mystery of Rubrum. If you enjoy mysteries and detective cop noir stories, I'm sure you'll enjoy it just as much as I did. As I mentioned previously, Reynatis is an action RPG. As you run around the streets of Shibuya, you will run into various townspeople that want to fight wizards, and the combat is... well, honestly, it's not the deepest. You have two different stances in Reynatis. In Liberated, or Attack, you can attack, or use special abilities. Every attack uses a set amount of MP, and while you're in attack mode, your defensive capabilities are incredibly limited. You have a dodge, but it's not quite as effective while you're liberated. If you run out of MP or press L1 while in liberated mode, you will swap to suppressed, or a defense mode. While in suppressed mode, you cannot attack, but if you get attacked, the game will slow down and a magic circle appears. When this circle appears, you can press and hold R1 to absorb MP, and with perfect timing, your MP gauge will shine. If you swap back to liberate mode at this time, enemies will slow down. Kind of like Bayonetta's Witch Time mode, and you can freely attack enemies with no risk of retaliation. Like I said, it's pretty basic, and the comboing isn't nearly as fun as other action RPGs, but it's fun enough and it feels very smooth, which is something I was worried about after playing Cry Machina. While in Shibuya, fighting is not suggested, because if citizens see you in liberated form, they'll post on social media about you, and if you get to number 1 on the trending list, not only will you be an internet sensation, but the MEA will chase you down and they will fight you. This fight is incredibly difficult and nigh unwinnable until very late in the game, so naturally, you don't want to fight while traveling through Shibuya. Thankfully, this fight, even if you lose, gives you an option to run away. The other part of the game takes place in a magical world, aptly called Another. Another is a magical world managed by the guild, and it's infested with monsters. This world, while fun because it's where most of the combat gameplay takes place, is incredibly boring. It's a single pathway and the same forest, repeatedly. You make it to the end of the pathway, open up a door, a wind blows, and you learn a spell to open an entrance to another. Well, another. Rinse and repeat. Yeah, the gameplay loop is very, very repetitive, and it doesn't really change. Other than combat, there are side quests in Shibuya, but they're very few and far in between, and usually consist of running from place to place, talking to various NPCs. Not only is it kind of bland and felt very pointless, it usually results in the world figuring out that you're a wizard, then you get killed by the MEA because you can't make it to a safe zone in time. I'll be honest, I got to a point where I just started ignoring the side quests because I didn't find them worth the hassle. Okay, I know the game sounds a bit off and not the greatest in the world, but let's talk about the presentation of this game. The graphics and art style and the music. The graphics, they're some of the weirdest graphics I've ever seen. They go from absolutely gorgeous to some models looking like they're pulled out of a PS1 or PS2 game. Seriously, I noticed this mostly with the chief of the MEA. I don't know what happened with him, but his model seems to be substantially lower quality than the entirety of the game. Generally though, the game looks amazing. Shibuya looks gorgeous as you're out exploring it. Another, while it looks very similar every time you enter it, it gives the perfect vibe of being in an abandoned magical forest. As for the art style, it's very detective-like, and I love it. It has that dark, campy look you'd expect from almost every detective mystery anime. It's really hard to explain, but the art style really fits the style of game, and it really brings you into the whole experience. Furyu really nailed it with setting the mood. And as for the sound and music, the voice acting in Reynatis, it's only in Japanese. Now, I'm not really a huge fan of Japanese voice acting, which sounds odd coming from someone who lives and breathes JRPGs, but it really is just a personal preference. However, in Reynatis, it makes sense. Reynatis takes place in Japan. It would be weird if everyone was speaking English. Would I have liked English for my own personal enjoyment? Yes, but for this game setting, it's fine, I guess. Beyond the voice acting, I love the music. which isn't a shock. Reynatis was composed by Yoko Shimomura, probably most known for Kingdom Hearts fame. She doesn't disappoint. I really enjoy the music of Reynatis, and honestly, while no particular piece of music stands out, I can't say I'm disappointed in any of the music. This all adds to the experience visually for, I'd say, 9.9 out of 10. Why dock the 0.1 mark? That weird model of the MEA chief. It just makes me laugh thinking about it. Okay, so Reynatis has some of the weirdest pacing I have ever experienced in any video game ever. When I finished Reynatis, I spent 22 hours, which is incredibly short for an action RPG. But the weird thing is, the chapters are like really short. At 22 hours long, there are 33 chapters. The chapters range anywhere from like 5 minutes long to 30 minutes long. There were several times during the game where I was like, what? Because I didn't do anything during a chapter and it just ended. Or other points where I felt like I skipped a chapter. On the plus side, chapters are short and concise, and it makes you feel like you've accomplished a whole lot. You could sit and play for an hour and be like, wow, I just completed 5 chapters. As I said, Reynatis only took me 22 hours to play through, so it's a relatively short JRPG, with very minimal replay value, unless trophies are your thing. I can 100% say I don't have any intention on playing the game again, but my one time I played through it, it was enjoyable enough. So there you have it. Reynatis is an interesting action JRPG, and it's enjoyable enough to keep you interested in the story. Who would I suggest it to? I would suggest Reynatis to anyone who enjoys campy detective stories with a little bit of a supernatural twist. If I'm being honest though, I wouldn't suggest buying it at full price, unless you're really into this style of game. What do you think about Reynatis after this review? Are you interested in the game, or are you going to pass on it? Let me know in the comments down below. And hey, if you enjoyed this review and want more JRPG lists and reviews, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe to my channel, and ding that notification bell so you don't miss any other of my videos. Haven't had enough of Shinky JRPGs? Why not check out my Crime Machina review that I mentioned at the beginning of this video? It's ridiculous, I absolutely despised it, but I had a lot of fun reviewing it. Anyways, thank you so much for watching. This has been Shinky, and as always, have a wonderful day. The newest Ys game is sailing over the horizon and will soon be upon us. Let me tell you why X Nordics is a game that should be on your radar. The Ys series is Nihon Falcom's flagship action RPG series, and the 10th entry is out in just over a week. Ever since I encountered this series back in 2010 with Ys the Oath and Felghana, Ys has been up there as one of my favorite action RPG series, and it's a huge event for me with each new release. X Nordics is scheduled to be released on October 25th, 2024 for the Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, and PC. Shout out to NIS America for providing me with a PlayStation 5 copy for the sake of this review. So strap yourselves in and let me tell you what I loved about it, what bothered me about it, and why this is a game to be excited for. But before I get started, if you enjoy JRPGs, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and let me know. Have you played the Ys series before? And are you looking forward to playing Ys 10? Let me know in the comments below. But with that being said, let's jump right into today's review of X Nordics. The story of Ys follows Adol Kristen, an adventurer, as he travels around the world with his pal Dogi. Ys 10 in particular is one of his earlier adventures. Adol is 17 years old, and Nordics takes place after Ys 1 and 2. For this adventure, Adol has traveled to the Northern Islands, collectively known as the Obelia Gulf, only to meet the Normans, which are essentially the Ys equivalent to Nordic Viking pirates, who pillage and demand tolls from ships that enter the Obelia Gulf, and in exchange, protect those that pay the tolls. The Normans are constantly in conflict with the residents of Obelia Gulf and the Greiger, an unexplainable, strange, undying breed of monster. As Adol arrives in Obelia Gulf, his ship is attacked by a Norman battleship, headed by Karja Belta, commonly referred to as the Pirate Princess, daughter of the only Norman Jarl. After landing in the town of Karnak with Karja, the town gets attacked by Greiger, and then mysteriously Adol and Karja are tethered together by a magical mana cuff, and off begins their adventure to figure out the mystery of this mana cuff and the Greiger. Story-wise, Ys 10 is very story heavy. In fact, at the beginning of the game, I felt like there was too much story, and I was worried that I wouldn't enjoy Nordics like most other Ys titles. Thankfully, around chapter 2 to 3, this kind of mellows out, and while there is still story with each chapter, and a really good story at that, it's really only top heavy. As you go on, cutscenes don't last nearly as long. I think at the beginning of the game it was like an hour or two before actually getting into the meat and potatoes of the action combat. This isn't bad, but it isn't what I was expecting, honestly. Ys 9 was like this as well, but not nearly this bad. But as I said, after the first few chapters, the amount of story mellows out, and you get plenty of chances to explore the world and enjoy the revamped action combat. Also, before I get into talking about all the gameplay, one thing I noticed that will most likely be patched on day 1 is around the end of chapter 4 and onto the end of the game, some of the cutscenes didn't have the subtitles translated. The dialogue was in English, but the subtitles were in Japanese still. Like I said, I'm sure that it will be patched on day 1, but as of the time of this recording, it has not been fixed. It's only the full motion video cutscenes where the dialogue doesn't appear in a text box, and it's only occasional ones. It won't really present an issue unless you are playing with the Japanese dub, so just be a bit forewarned about that. Historically, Ys has had 3 main styles of combat. The bump style, as shown in Ys 1 and 2, the platformer style in Oath and Felghana and Ark of Napishtim, and the party style shown in Ys 7 and Lacrimosa of Dana. Ys 10 Nordics kinda takes up the party style, but changes it up a bit. No longer do you build a party of 3 characters with varying attack types. In fact, the attack type system is gone, and this is something I am incredibly happy with. I was not a fan of being forced to use certain characters just to cover all aspects of weaknesses in previous party-based Ys games. In Ys 10, you only have Adol and Karja as playable characters, each with opposing elements. Adol is fire-based, as are most of his attacks, where Karja is ice-based. You can swap between the characters at any time, and it is encouraged for a couple of reasons. For example, if you burn or freeze an enemy, the opposing character will do extra damage on them until the status wears off. Each character learns their own skills via the skill tree, which I'll go into in a bit. But Ys 10 also employs duo skills, which are learned by leveling up. Where solo skills only take that character's SP pool, duo skills take from both character pools, and it isn't necessarily to use an equal amount of SP between each character. For example, you have a duo skill that uses 100 SP. If both characters have full SP, it will break even and each character will use 50 SP. However, if Adol only has 20 SP at the time of activation, it will use Adol's 20 SP and then it'll use 80 of Karja's SP. This is usually what happens because your AI-controlled characters will never use their SP on their own. This is a bit annoying, as I generally played as Adol for the first 10 to 15 hours. When I started playing as Karja, she only had the most basic of skills, since she hadn't mastered any skills on her own. And another thing with the duo system is enemies have a power attack. This can only be blocked by using the regular block button when you have your partner with you. This seemed a little bit pointless because you always have your character with you. There's like maybe one 10 or 15 minute sequence where you're by yourself, so power attacks were blocked just like any other attack. It seemed kind of strange. Anyways, as I mentioned previously, Ys 10 has a skill tree. Kinda. As you level up and check teleport points, you will gain skill points for each character. You can then use these skill points to unseal nodes on the skill tree. Most of these nodes are empty, and once unsealed, you can insert a mana seed to boost stats and learn stat abilities. However, occasionally, you will unseal a node and it will teach you a new skill. There are tiers to the skill trees which require you to level up to a certain point. Usually about 10 levels per tier, you will learn a duo ability, and it will unlock the next tier of skill nodes. There are 5 different types of mana seeds, all focusing on specific stats. Valor for strength and break, Metal for defense and vitality, Optimism for luck and reduced SP cost, Darkness will raise strength dramatically in exchange for reduced defense power, where Reverie, while rare, will raise all stats. Having a certain amount of points in each mana seed stat can also teach you innate abilities, such as higher HP and increasing critical rate or increased damage reduction. So you can turn someone into a glass cannon with Darkness mana seeds, or stack them up with metal seeds and turn them into a tank. The Mana Seed system offers a ton of customization, and coupled with certain accessories, you can turn Adol and Karja into absolute forces to be reckoned with. The gifts or movement abilities from Ys 9 make a return in the form of mana abilities. As you progress through the game, you get more mana abilities. These can be something like a grappling hook to swing from point A to point B, or a vision ability to see buried treasure, or even a hoverboard. These are all very fun, and I loved using them all in conjunction with one another to explore the various islands and collect all sorts of items. There isn't as many as in Ys 9, and the exploration is not as vertical as it was, but they do evolve, giving you different capabilities as you continue through the game. Now, the one thing that I was concerned about after playing Ys 9 was exploration. Ys as a whole is all about the exploration. Adol is an adventurer, and he loves his exploration. In fact, there are several scenes in Nordics where Karja gets annoyed with Adol because he's willing to completely drop the incredibly time-sensitive task if it means he gets a chance to explore something. It's actually quite comical. I laughed out loud several times. In Ys 9, you were very restricted. Most of the game you are locked into a city and could only explore underground catacombs. It got really boring really quickly. In Nordics, you can explore pretty much anything. There are some invisible walls, but otherwise, you have huge islands you can explore. Treasure boxes, buried treasure, ancient stone tablets, caves, jungles, you name it. You can explore everything to your heart's content. I had a ton of fun just sailing on my boat, finding various islands, and running around those islands, finding all the neat little nooks and crannies with treasure in them. Exploration is what I love about Ys, and Nordics has a ton of it. It renewed my faith in the series, and I was really concerned where the series was going to go after Ys 9. Anyways, speaking of exploration on ships, in Ys 10 Nordics, you spend a lot of time on ships. That is your main way to travel. But before I talk about the naval combat and the exploration on ships, can we just talk about Adol for a moment? This man, if you are familiar with the Ys series, you'll be aware that ships and Adol, they do not mix. Every time this man gets on a boat, it ends up destroyed or at the bottom of the ocean. They don't call him Adol Shipwreck Kristen for nothing, you know. The idea of having him in charge of his own boat seems like a very bad decision. Strangely enough, all's well that ends well, and he doesn't end up causing a life-altering shipwreck in Nordics. Alright, now that I've gotten that off my chest, let's talk about the naval combat. So, the prime gimmick of Ys 10 Nordics is that you have a whole naval combat aspect. Instead of fighting on foot, you can outfit your ship, the Sandris, with weapons and fight other ships in naval combat. This is also where raids from Ys 8 and 9 come into effect as well. You can level up your boat, upgrade your prime cannons, and get EX armaments like shooting out a blizzard that causes whirlpools or homing missiles, or giant fireballs, so on and so forth. Early on, these are super frustrating. Your boat controls horribly, it's slow, and it just isn't fun. You're constantly fighting with trying to control that boat. I didn't enjoy it all that much. It gets better as you go on and upgrade your boat, but I found myself avoiding naval combat unless necessary because it's very, very clunky. Think Assassin's Creed Black Flag, but like 100 times worse. As I mentioned before, raids are done through naval combat, but they're really easy this time along once you get a little bit of upgrades into your boat. Instead of fighting X amount of waves of enemies, they consist of two parts. The first part involves you destroying 3 waves of 2 to 3 summoning pillars, and after you finish that segment, you enter the island on foot and run down a linear hallway, killing 3 to 4 waves of enemies. The idea is to do it as fast as possible, and depending how good you do during the naval segment, you can get bonuses for the on-foot segment, like increased gold, reduced damage, or increased SP recovery speed. There are 11 raids. I did them for the rewards, but each time I just wanted it to end because I wasn't a huge fan. On to the game's presentation. Yes, you've probably already noticed, but Ys 10 Nordics is not the most beautiful game under the sun. That's alright though. Nihon Falcom, being a relatively smaller studio, has never had the most graphically superior games, be it the Trails series or the Ys series. Both series seem to visually look like they're a generation behind, but they still get super positive scores. I don't mind this though. The games are fun, with really good stories, and that's all that matters. However, where it lacks in graphics, it makes up for in soundtrack. I've gone over this time and time again, but Falcom sound team JDK is up there in my top 3 for composers. Every time a Falcom game is announced or comes out, the first thing I do is jump onto YouTube and check out the soundtrack. Ys 10 is no different. A couple songs that really stand out for me personally are To Be Free, and Ride on Mana. I don't think I've ever listened to an Ys soundtrack and not been totally amazed and enthralled by it. As for voice acting, you have both English and Japanese. Naturally, because of a personal choice, I went English. But one thing that threw me off was Adol. Now I'm used to having him with Battlegrunts and the like, but in Nordics, he actually has a few speaking lines, and every time he talked in a cutscene, it felt so weird. After 9 games of a silent Adol, suddenly he talks. Now it's not that bad, it just caught me by surprise. I would assume it's because, for the most part, you only have Adol and Karja alone, and it would get weird having Karja talk to herself for 40 hours, but it still takes some getting used to. Speaking of length, let's talk about how long you should spend with Ys 10. So, my playthrough took 37 hours. I thought I had done everything, but there was actually quite a bit of exploration I missed out on. If you just rush the story, miss the entire point of Ys, and don't explore anything, you could probably finish the game in about 20 to 25 hours. Now, I don't suggest this. The exploration is the best part of the game. However, if you're more about story, then feel free. If you want to do everything, I would imagine it would take somewhere between 50 to 60 hours. In fact, I've gone back and been playing it even after I finished the final boss, so there's that. As for pacing, I briefly talked about this earlier, but the story is very front-heavy, with lots of cutscenes setting the tone for the game early on. However, as you continue through the game, they don't end up being too long, and the pacing gets so much better. Tough your way through the beginning, trust me, it's absolutely worth it. I give you the Shinky seal of approval. So there you have it. Ys 10 Nordics is a fantastic game, and I would suggest it to anyone that loves action RPGs and exploring to their heart's content. Sure, the naval sections were rough, but if you have the power to tough your way through it, then it will be well worth your time, and it doesn't really damage how I feel about the game. Will you be picking up Ys 10 Nordics? If so, what console will you be picking it up for, and will it be your first Ys game? Let me know in the comments below, and if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and ding that notification bell for more great JRPG videos. And if you haven't had enough of me yet, and are still unsure if the Ys series is for you, check out this video where I go over the Ys series, the different styles of Ys, and where a good point to jump into the series would be. With that being said, I hate to say goodbye, but this has been Shinky. Thanks so much for watching, and as always, have a wonderful day. I recently finished Tales of Legendia, and now I want to talk about this black sheep of the series. I've been playing Namco Bandai's Tales of series for over 20 years, and it's become one of my favorite gaming series of all time. And that's why I'm reviewing each and every game in the series. Now it is time for Tales of Legendia. Tales of Legendia was released in 2006 for the PlayStation 2 and is the 7th mainline game in the franchise, returning to a 2D battle system after Symphonia, which was incredibly successful with its change to 3D. Tales of Legendia was developed by an entirely different team, Project Melfez, composed of developers from Tales Studio, along with members from both the Tekken and Soul Calibur series. This made for a very unique experience, different from any other Tales game, but was it any good? Let's get into Tales of Legendia and talk about the story, the gameplay mechanics, the positives, the negatives, how it aged, and ultimately, if it's a game worth picking up and playing. So strap yourselves in, grab a drink, grab a snack, and let's get to talking all about the 7th Tales game, Tales of Legendia. Tales of Legendia follows the story of Senel Coolidge, an Alliance Marine who washes up on the ancient ship the Legacy with his sister Shirley. Speaking of the Legacy is a giant country-sized ship that has connections to a highly advanced ancient civilization, whose population consists of the Reynatis, known as the people of the land, and the Reynatis, the people of the sea. The Reynatis and the Reynatis constantly have tension with one another, which is a major aspect of the plot of this game. Shortly after landing, Shirley gets kidnapped by a bandit named Moses, forcing Senel to unwillingly team up with the sheriff of the local town, Reynatis Beacon, and a female knight named Chloe in order to rescue her. This is the majority of the game, chasing Shirley around as she's a damsel in distress. During his search to rescue Shirley, Senel is joined by several characters, all with their own reasons for adventuring throughout the legacy. Funny thing about these characters is all of their names come from writers and literature throughout history. Your characters are separated into two main classes. You have Iron Aaron or melee fighters and Crystal Aaron, which focus on spellcasting. But enough of that, let's get into the characters. So I've mentioned Senel already. He is an Iron Aaron who uses his fists. Senel is named after Cuban writer Senel Paz. I've also mentioned Shirley. Shirley Fennis is a Crystal Aaron, or spellcaster, named after English writer Charlotte Bronte. Then you have the Sheriff of Reynatis Beacon, Will Reynard. He casts spells while wielding a giant hammer. Will is named after William Shakespeare. Next, we have Chloe Valens, a sword-wielding knight from the prestigious House of Valen, named after the character Chloe from the 1947 novel Front on the Daydream by French author Boris Vian. Then, Norma Beatty. Norma is a treasure hunter. She uses a straw and blows bubbles. Seriously, who thought of that as a weapon? Norma is a Crystal Aaron who focuses on healing spells and is named after American author Norma Field. Remember that bandit that kidnapped Shirley at the beginning of the game? That's Moses Sandor. He joins your party basically to atone for his mistake. He uses spears and javelins, and his name comes from the Romanian writer Moses Gastor. Jay is the ninja of Tales of Legendia. Fun to play and is incredibly cynical and constantly uses cutting remarks. He is named after American author J. McInerney. And lastly, you have Grune. She is a strange spellcaster who has amnesia. Not much is revealed about her until almost the very end of the game. Grune uses magic water jars and is the only party member with no relation to literature. Each of these characters complement one another incredibly well. While some of them are incredibly unlikable at the beginning, looking at you, Moses and Jay, later on, they all redeem themselves and become absolutely wonderful. Honestly, I feel like the characters are what make Legendia. They all have incredible growth and become amazing and fun. The story, honestly, it isn't the greatest thing in the world. It's more or less a damsel in distress simulator, but that's only half the game. After you finish the first half of the game, you have the character quests that start. The main quest is essentially one really long character quest focusing on Senel and Shirley's story. But after that, each of the remaining 6 characters get their own dedicated chapter. These chapters specialize in character growth for that specific character and resolve any loose ends with that specific character's story. Think of it kind of like the World of Ruin of Final Fantasy VI, but more than just a dungeon or two and a cutscene for each character, you have a whole extended chapter for them. I really enjoyed having this growth because you had all these amazing characters, but then you get to see all the depths and emotional triggers for each one of these characters. Jay's was probably my favorite because he was very mysterious up until this character quest, and Moses. Well, that's one of the most heartbreak moments in the entire Tales series. During each of these chapters, you get a tidbit of more information about this mysterious individual, and it all ties together leading to the true final boss. Well, the main quest was only okay and cliche, the character quests add an incredible amount of depth to the story, and I would say honestly, it amounts to an amazing and enjoyable story. We all know that story's only half the battle. After all, what's a good story without some fantastic gameplay to go alongside it, right? So let's talk about that. Remember how earlier I mentioned that Tales of Legendia went back to basics? When Symphonia switched to a 3D battle system utilizing multiple lines, Tales of Legendia uses the XLIMBS, or Crossover Linear Motion Battle System. Personally, I am a huge fan of the 2D Tales battle systems using games like Tales of Eternia or Tales of Destiny 2. Tales of Legendia leaves much to be desired. I'm not sure if it's because Legendia wasn't developed exclusively by Tales Studio, or if they did what they could to make it incredibly similar to a fighting game, but for some reason it feels as if it just isn't complete. The best way that I can explain it is it feels like a very slightly refined Tales of Fantasia. So as I mentioned previously, your characters are separated into 2 main groups. You have Iron Aaron, such as Senel and Chloe, who are more melee fighters. They can chain regular attacks into base areas into arcane areas. Iron Aaron can also combine techniques to create a custom attack. These are different for each Iron Aaron. Chloe, for example, can create a counterattack where she maintains a stance for a moment, and if attacked, will retaliate. Customizing these only makes them more effective against certain enemy types. Senel, on the other hand, his main gimmick is throwing enemies. Each enemy is assigned a weight class, ranging from Feather to Massive. As Senel levels up, he gets different throw attacks. They're all essentially the same, but can throw enemies up to a certain weight class. But certain enemies have a special weight class, and that's where Senel's customization comes in. You can combine Senel's techniques to create a special throw that will throw a certain type of enemy and lower a stat. I won't lie, I found custom areas to be incredibly useless. Not only are they incredibly specific, but they cost incredibly high amounts of TP and are by no means worth the cost. Secondly, we have Crystal Aaron. Crystal Aaron are your spellcasters and can have spells ranging from attack spells, like Fireball, to healing spells, like Cure, or stat buffs or nerfs, like Deep Mist. Spells are incredibly effective in Tales of Legendia, so chances are you are really going to want to have one or two Crystal Aaron in your party. Where your Iron Aaron just need to level up to earn attacks, your Crystal Aaron are a little bit different. When you get up to a certain level, you will earn an Eris Scroll. In order to use that Eris in battle, you will need sculptures from your enemies. Sculptures are earned per enemy type, and once you get the designated amount of sculptures, you will learn that spell. Personally, I found this a bit meaningless because it just added a bit of pointless grinding for farming enemy sculptures. Or even worse, there are times where it's impossible to learn spells if you progress too far in the game and a specific enemy type is no longer available. I'm glad this series never revisited this system. Lastly, let's get into some other battle mechanics. Mystic Arts are a staple of the Tales series, aren't they? Tales of Eternia has some cool ones. Tales of Symphonias, while almost impossible to use half the time, were also pretty awesome. So Legendia has to have some fire ones for sure, right? Nope. For some reason, Tales of Legendia doesn't have any Mystic Arts. In fact, Legendia actually had voice lines recorded for them, but they were never used. They even have a story scene that should have resulted in learning Mystic Arts, but it didn't happen. It seems almost like Mystic Arts were planned, but they didn't get implemented in the final build. Thankfully, when Tales of the World Radiant Mythology 3 came out, the Legendia cast did get Mystic Arts. So, it's better than nothing. What Legendia does have instead of an overlimit or Mystic Arts is Climax Mode. Climax Mode is dull, to say the least. As you attack, you fill up a gauge. Once this gauge is full, you can press L1 and the screen glows blue. During this, enemies are frozen in place and you're free to combo to your heart's content. If you press L1 before the gauge empties, you do a combo attack that does big damage, but it's kinda pitiful, pointless, and most enemies will be dead before the gauge empties, including bosses. I found myself completely forgetting it existed half the time, and only using it for bosses just to quickly end the fight. Before we move on, I want to quickly mention the dungeons. The dungeons are long and have frequent random encounters. Like, these dungeons are longer than they need to be, but they feel very repetitive as well, without much diversity to them. They're essentially just a long hallway, and they always make you manually run out of them. However, their one saving grace is puzzle rooms. Every now and then you will find a green teleporter like the ones on the world map. When you enter this teleporter, you will enter a room and pick up the Sorcerer's Ring, another staple of the Tales series. These puzzle rooms are the only real puzzles in Legendia. I'm glad we got something. Puzzles are something I miss in JRPGs these days. I know a lot of people don't like puzzles, but Legendia does something great with them. If you struggle with any puzzles in the game for a bit, be it teleporter puzzles, mazes, or these puzzle rooms, eventually one of your party members will ask you if you just want to skip and bypass the puzzle. You do get a title if you do them all yourself, but this way you won't be stuck for an extended amount of time and get frustrated. Good job, Namco. Good job. Outside of battle, it's a very typical Tales game. You have one hub town, Reynatis Beacon. This is where most of the story sequences take place. I was kind of disappointed at the lack of adventure. Sadly, you don't go around visiting other full towns. There are a couple other towns, but they're more one and done. You don't spend much time in them, and they're more or less just there to progress the plot. Again, just very lacking. Part of my personal favorite part of Tales games is visiting the various towns and meeting all the different townspeople and having meaningful plot points. Tales of Legendia is lacking that by focusing on a single town. Alright, so we've talked about the adventuring, we've talked about the battle system, but what about side quests? Side quests are not very common in Tales of Legendia. The first and pretty much only side quest for the first half of the game is the game's cooking system, which really isn't much of a side quest. As you adventure throughout Legendia, you will find the Wonder Chef, or rather, the Wonder Baker. Mimi the Wonder Baker is hidden as strange items throughout the world. Every time you find her, you learn a new bread. Yes, not cooking, you learn bread. These can range from toast, to cake, to even flan. Once you learn a new type of bread, you can go back to where it is beacon and bake that bread. This bread can restore HP or TP, and you can level it up and learn new, better types of bread by baking the same one repeatedly. Honestly, it's just the same old cooking system as current Tales games. Once you finish the main quest and enter the character quests, a few new side quests open up. The first one I want to talk about is the customization shop. You can submit items to create new items, like better armor or better weapons. I do not understand why it takes over 40 hours just for a simple mechanic to unlock. Having that from the beginning of the game would have been nice, and it could have added a bit more depth to the game, but as you can tell, Legendia makes some pretty questionable decisions. The other side quest would be the arena. The arena is like any other Tales arena. It features a series of battles, and eventually leads to a special battle. I won't spoil what this battle is, but it's something you would never expect. That's essentially the entirety of side quests in the game that it has to offer. I guess not having a large amount of side quests lets you focus on the story, but I would love to have something to feed into the lore of the world of Legendia. Oh well, Legendia gonna Legendia, I guess. So, graphics, voice acting, and music. You can have great gameplay and story, but if the game isn't presented in an enjoyable way, does that all really matter? Sure, the art style of the characters are great, they're wonderful, but Legendia as a whole uses this weird 3D chibi art style, and it just looks odd. However, thankfully the world is bright and beautiful, and I just love the battle transition animation. I'm not judging it on standards that are way out of this world, and I would give it a break because it is a PS2 game. However, when you compare it to other PS2 games like Final Fantasy X or Grandia 2, Legendia just doesn't have that oomph or memorability when it comes to how it looks graphically. It's not incredibly offensive when it comes to visuals, but honestly, it's just average. As for the voice acting, it's solid. I don't have any real complaints about the voice acting. Now keep in mind, there's only English voice acting, there's no Japanese in this game, so if you want the Japanese voice acting, you'll have to import the Japanese version of the game. It's enjoyable and well done though. For the first time, skits are voiced and they breathe new life into the character development. Actually, you know how I said I don't have any complaints? I do have one complaint. Remember how I said that there was one negative about the character quest that I had? The first half of the game is full of voice work. Nearly every story scene is brilliantly voice acted and really increases the impact of the emotional moments. However, once you hit the character quests, the voice acting stops dead in its tracks. Once you finish the main quest, there is not a single line of voice dialogue. This is terrible and makes the last half of the game feel incredibly soulless. I also believe this is why people consider character quests post-game content, because it seems like not as much effort was put into the character quests as it was the main game. It's a shame too, because the character quests are probably the best part of the game despite the lack of impact that the scenes give. Alright, so music. Legendia is an interesting beast when it comes to music. Traditionally, the Tales series has had one composer, Motoi Sakuraba. I don't have to go into talking about Motoi Sakuraba, I've clearly fanboyed over him enough as it is. However, Tales of Legendia was incredibly different in several aspects, and that includes the music. Tales of Legendia was composed by Goshina, also known for games like Tekken, Mr. Driller, and Klonoa 2. This was a much needed change at the time. While I love Sakurabe and he has composed some of my favorite gaming music of all time, the soundtracks were starting to feel all too similar, so introducing a new composer really gave Legendia some originality. You can easily hear the difference between the two composers. While Sakurabe is more in your face with his music, Shina's Legendia soundtrack is much more relaxed and gentle. It's up there as one of my favorite Tales soundtracks. While we're talking about the soundtrack, I just want to bring to attention some of the strange musical numbers in Legendia. There are a few scenes where the game turns into a musical. The main one that comes to mind is the Bantam Bouncer theme. It's incredibly weird, but kind of a bop, honestly.
What if you break down?
Oh no!
What if you disobey? What'll happen? What'll happen? What'll happen? What'll happen?
Almost makes me want a full-on Tales of musical game in the future. Even if it is a side game, I would be all for it. Come on, Namco. Am I alone on this? Probably. But I feel like it would be amazing. So, how long are you going to spend with Legendia, and does it respect your time? Well, Tales of Legendia is a beefy game. The main quest can be about 45 hours long depending if you grind or if you just try to explore a little bit. And then the second half of the game, the character quests are about another 35 to 40 hours. For this playthrough, I had clocked in just short of 95 hours. Considering most Tales games are no longer than 50 to 60 hours, Legendia is longer than most. While long games aren't bad, I won't lie, by the end of the game, I just wanted it to end. The story is good, but the lack of voice acting kinda kills the enjoyment and ruins the pace. I played lots of games from before voice acting was a thing, but when you have great voice acting and then it all of a sudden stops, it totally kills the vibe of the game and motivation. That being said, the story and gameplay balance is great, so pacing isn't an issue, it's just the feeling of, okay, I am ready to move on to something else now. Overall though, outside of the weird feeling of the last half of the game, it's nicely paced, and if you like long games full of story, Legendia is well worth the investment. So there you have it. Is Tales of Legendia the best Tales game out there? I'm gonna say no. And while it is considered the black sheep of the series for several reasons, I still feel it's an enjoyable game worth playing, especially if you love the classic 2D style Tales games. Have you played Tales of Legendia before? If so, what did you think about it? And if not, are you interested in giving it a shot? Let me know in the comments below. And hey, if you enjoyed this video and want to follow along as I review every Tales game in the series, as well as content on other JRPGs, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe to my channel, ding that notification bell, and make sure to check out this video that I'm sure should be right down your alley. This has been Shinky, thanks so much for watching, and as always, have a wonderful day. How can one Tales game be so bad that it gets demoted from a mainline game to a spin-off? Well, I played Tales of the Tempest, and I'm ready to tell you all about this interesting adventure. I love the Tales series. I've been playing them ever since the original Tales of Fantasia on the Super Famicom in 1995. When I heard that the series was jumping to DS, I didn't know what to think, but safe to say I was excited. Unfortunately, Tales of the Tempest never got an official release in the West, but on April Fool's Day 2013, a full translation was released by Absolute Zero Translations. Originally released as a mainline title, Namco Bandai announced with the announcement of the next game, Tales of Innocence, the Tales series would be divided between mainline, or mothership titles, and spin-off, escort titles, and that Tales of the Tempest was now known as an escort title. Why would it get demoted to an escort title when it was originally a mothership title? Well, that's what we're here to talk about today, but before we begin, have you played Tales of the Tempest before? If so, what did you think about it? Let me know in the comments below, and let's get to talking all about Tales of the Tempest. So, Tales of the Tempest takes place on the continent of Arula, where humans live alongside a half-human, half-beast race called Laymons. Humans are afraid of the Laymons and shun them due to the events of the Beast Wars 100 years before the start of the game. Tales of the Tempest follows the story of Caius Quals,
a boy who lives with his foster father in the town of Fern. One day the town is attacked by these strange creatures called spots that devour laymen's souls. After this attack, a knight shows up, injured, to the town of Fern, and Caius is left responsible to look after him. As this knight is dying, the knight presents Caius with a gem claiming it's called a patient and it needs to be delivered to the town of Jana. After he receives this gem, Caius starts his journey. He's joined by his childhood friend Rubia, and while adventuring through the Black Forest north of Fern, they meet Tilkus, the prince of a faraway kingdom, Senchivia, and his bodyguard, Forest. And once they arrive in Jana, they meet a priestess soldier named Arya. During their journey, Caius finds out that this patient is actually the soul of a Lemon, and they're needed to create this Law of Life. Unsure of what the Law of Life is and why the church is trying to create it, Caius and pals continue their adventure across the continent to uncover its mysteries. The story of Tales of the Tempest is quite good, but it's short. And I mean, it's incredibly short. When I finished the game after doing all the side quests and fighting all the battles I could, I clocked in at only 10 hours. As this game is short, the story feels very rushed. There are lots of emotional moments, but as the game is rushed, none of them stick around long enough to really leave any sort of impact. Same goes for character development. Sure, there are these campfire scenes, but they seem almost completely pointless because they show up and disappear so quickly that you don't have the time to get attached to the character. It's a shame because this could be up there as one of the better Tales stories, if only it was given the chance to shine. Alright, so let's start with the combat. Tales of the Tempest utilizes the 3-on-3 LMBS, or Linear Motion Battle System. This combat system is similar to Tales of Rebirth, however only using 3 party members as opposed to Tales usually using 4 party members. You have 3 lines that you can run left and right across, like a classic Tales game, but you can attack a line either above or below you as well. I'm going to start this off by saying that Tales of the Tempest is incredibly clunky and makes some of the weirdest menu and combat choices. First of all, you can attack text to up, down, side, and neutral. These texts are performed by pressing the assigned direction and the B button simultaneously. This is standard Tales fare, so that might seem similar, but the thing is, you don't have an arts menu in battle. Which means if you don't set your arts before you get into a battle, you have to wait until the battle is over to change things around. Not having an arts menu also means it's up to your AI to use their techs, including healing spells on their own. Tempest has some of the worst AI I have ever seen in any game ever. No matter how I set the AI strategy menu, the spellcasters will still run up to the enemies and physically attack. And it doesn't help that the strategy menu doesn't have any description for what each option specializes in. Anyways, each party member outside of the spellcasters, Ruby and Arya, have 3 levels of arts: base, master, and arcane arts. But you can only assign base arts to your character. This is another really strange mechanic. In order to use a master or arcane art, you need to use different base arts in order. For example, if you want to use double Demon Fang, you use 1 Demon Fang, followed by an immediate second Demon Fang. Or in order to use Sword Rain Beta, use Sword Rain, followed by Crescent Slash, and then followed by Rising Falcon. It's not all that intuitive, and it just feels incredibly clunky. Not to mention these techs use stupid amounts of TP, and until I had an Emerald or Fairy Ring to reduce TP usage, I found myself burning through my TP reserves in a single battle. Outside of battle, there really isn't much to talk about. You basically run from town to town, talking to NPCs. There's no customization. Sure, there's a few side quests, but every single one of these quests is just a fetch quest. Either running to one town, grabbing an item, and then running back to the previous town and giving that item, or go out into the world map, kill a bunch of this enemy, collect their horns or their loot, and then sell it to an NPC. It's really not that intuitive. It's honestly just kind of boring. Not to mention, the rewards really aren't much either. Usually these rewards are just titles, which give a slight stat increase when equipped, or a decent sum of gold. The menus also feel incredibly clunky. There are so many button presses just for simple actions. For example, your equipment menu, you choose item, choose equip, the type of equipment you want to equip, then the character, and then select the specific equipment you want to equip, all while the menu is moving incredibly slow. It feels like you're playing an NES game when it comes to how clunky the menu is. Lastly, I want to talk about the encounters. So Tales of the Tempest uses random encounters, and they're incredibly frequent. Even when using holy bottles, I didn't notice any difference. They are about every 2 to 3 steps at times. And speaking of holy and dark bottles, which are used to control the encounter rate, there is no indication that it's active or when the effect ends. It's minor, but it can be one of the most frustrating things in the world because when traveling from town to town, there is no fast travel or vehicles outside of ships, and that isn't available until the very end of the game. Like I said, minor gripe, but it can get annoying when the combat just isn't fun. Alright, I'm gonna try and be nice here. The art style and graphics are, well, they are colorful? Okay. This isn't only limited to Tempest, but I don't like that DS 3D look. Where every limb looks as if it's separate from the rest of the body, Tales of the Tempest uses this too. And I'm not a fan. I mean, I understand that Tales of the Tempest was the first DS Tales game, so it was a bit of an experiment, but it just looks so ugly. This is only restricted to character models. The rest of the world looks decent for a DS game. It's pretty bright, it's colorful, and for such a short game, you get to experience several different types of environments. Fields, deserts, snowy expanses, caverns, catacombs, you get a little bit of everything. It's kind of impressive considering the technology that Namco Bandai was working with. One thing I can be very positive about when it comes to presentation is the music. I actually really love the soundtrack of this game. I adore the boss battle theme, Confrontation. I was shocked that Tales of the Tempest had such a good soundtrack, mainly because you never hear anyone talk about it. Granted, that probably is due to the fact that no one actually plays the game for more than an hour because of how dull it is, but if Tales of the Tempest has one saving grace, it's definitely the soundtrack. I'd suggest checking it out if you get the chance to. Nothing is mind-blowing and is going to be super memorable for years on end, but it's all quite solid. Alright. This is going to be short and sweet, just like Tales of the Tempest. I mentioned it earlier, but Tales of the Tempest is incredibly short. Doing most of the side quests and running around at the standard encounter rate, I clocked in about 10 hours or so when I beat the final boss. It's not because I rushed the game is just that short. Normally, I'd say short RPGs are okay, but Tales of the Tempest really could have used a bit more length. Normally, when I talk about pacing, I talk about how the scenes are too long and drawn out. Well, the issue with Tales of the Tempest is the complete opposite. I mentioned it briefly before, but all of the emotional scenes or character development is just too quickly bypassed. These cutscenes just aren't long enough to have a lasting effect on you, so you quickly forget about what happened. In fact, the romantic scene between Caius and Rubia was like 2 sentences long. It really doesn't do anything for them. Honestly, if any Tales game could use a remake, it's Tales of the Tempest. If they could fix the combat, expand cutscenes, and just give some more excitement to the story events, I feel like Tempest could be up there as one of the best in the series, because I really like the cast of Tempest and the general plot. I know there were talks of a remake happening alongside Hearts R and Innocence R, but it never happened, which I assume is due to the Vita dying far too early, and it's really a shame because I can't help but think just how great a remake of Tales of the Tempest could have been. So there you have it. Tales of the Tempest is, I don't say this often, but it's an actual bad Tales game. Normally, I'm more lenient to escort titles, but Tempest just fails in every aspect outside of the music. Would I ever suggest this to anyone? Maybe if you're an absolute diehard Tales fan and feel like you need to play every Tales game, but even then, don't go in expecting an amazing game. With that being said, are you interested in giving Tales of the Tempest a fair shot? Or have you played it before? Let me know in the comments below, and if you enjoyed this review, keep in mind, I am actually reviewing every Tales game in the series, so if that interests you, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and ding that notification bell so you don't miss out on any of my future Tales reviews. Want to check out my other Tales reviews? I'll leave a link to the playlist in the description below, or you can check out this review of Tales of Eternia, my personal favorite Tales game. This has been Shinky, thanks so much for watching, and as always, have a wonderful day. The long-awaited release of Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake is finally here. I've recently played through it, but does it hold up as a good remake, or should you save your money and just go play one of the previous versions? Let me tell you all about my experiences with Dragon Quest III HD 2D. Dragon Quest has always been an important part of my gaming life. In fact, the first Dragon Quest was the very first game I ever played.
When I heard that Dragon Quest III was getting an HD 2D remake back during the Dragon Quest 35th anniversary stream in 2021, safe to say I was beyond excited. The original Dragon Quest III was released way back in 1988 for the original Nintendo Entertainment System and received various ports and remakes on pretty much everything. However, on November 14th, 2024, Dragon Quest III received a beautiful remake in the HD 2D style for PC, Switch, PS5, and Xbox Series X, and I want to talk about it. By the end of today's video, you'll know all about my personal experience with the game, what was added, the difference between this new remake and previous versions, and ultimately if it's worth buying and enjoying. Before we start though, huge thanks to Square Enix for providing me with a copy of this game for review. Now, I want you to tell me, what's your favorite Dragon Quest game, and what was your first experience with this amazing series? Make sure to leave me a comment below, and with that being said, pull up a chair, pop your corn, ice that drink, and it's time to talk about Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake. Alright, while we talk about the story, I want you to keep in mind, while this is a game releasing in 2024, ultimately, this is a very faithful remake of a 1988 NES game. Do you remember RPGs back then? Well, story was there. It was very basic and very minimal. So Dragon Quest III is actually a prequel to Dragon Quest I, and begins with your self-named hero in a forest. As he follows the path, a goddess-like being speaks to your hero, and begins asking questions about how you think about specific situations. These questions ultimately will determine what your personality is. Don't worry, I will get into personality a little bit later and how important it is. Anyways, once the sequence is over, you wake up in the castle town of Eiyuden. Your hero is the child of a warrior named Ortega that set out many years ago to defeat the demon Baramos, only to fail and never be found again. Is he dead? Or maybe he just got lost and is unable to return home? Who knows? But today is your 16th birthday, and you are summoned by the king to bless you on your journey to complete the mission that your father failed to complete. Honestly, this is the general gist of the story. You run around the world completing quests such as collecting a stolen crown or collecting black pepper from the east to trade for a boat. While the story is basic, this remake of Dragon Quest III does add a handful of scenes though to expand the story. In the original, the only real mention of Ortega was the occasional NPC that alludes to him, enemies saying that your hero is similar to him. However, in the remake, you get various flashback scenes showing Ortega and the effects that he had on various townspeople. These scenes can actually be quite heartfelt and really flesh out the experience. It adds a bit of emotion as it shows that you are experiencing the same journey that your father did. It's not a huge addition, but it gives a little bit of lore to the world. One of the really neat things I noticed about Dragon Quest III is that the world map looks like continents from the real world, and the towns correspond to their real world equivalent. For example, Japan is Japan, Romali is Rome, Portuga is Portugal, and Assam is modern-day Iraq. There is even a town that you build yourself in the eastern North American continent that experiences a revolution against an overzealous ruler, which is very similar to the American Revolution against the United Kingdom in 1776. I won't go too much into the later story, but I will say that if you've played Dragon Quest I, it is something that players will really appreciate. But with that being said, you don't have to play Dragon Quest I, but it's just a little bit of a bonus for people that have. Overall, while the story is somewhat basic, it's still got that medieval feel with wizards and knights, and gives that Dragon Quest feel that the series is known for. Dragon Quest III is a turn-based JRPG, and honestly, if you have played Dragon Quest before, this isn't going to be anything new. First of all, there's only one playable character that is integral to the story. That character is your hero. However, if you go to Patty's party planning place, wow, that's hard to say. Patty's party planning place in Eiyuden, you can recruit 3 more characters for your party, assign a job, and stat seeds. Yes, you heard that correctly. Dragon Quest III has a job system. There are 10 available job classes in Dragon Quest III. So let's get into what they are. First, you have the hero. This is limited to your main character. It's an all-around and very powerful class. It gets magic and physical abilities, so it's very all-rounded. Warrior, which focuses on physical attacks and gets abilities to tank hits from your enemies. They are also very low in agility. Next, you have the Mage. The Mage is your spellcaster that focuses on damage, getting both single and multi-target spells as well as a few debuffing spells. Where the Mage is your damage spellcaster, the Priest is the opposite. The Priest focuses on healing and buffing spells, though they do get a few attack spells, they'll be there to support the rest of your party. Then you have the Merchant, I'll be honest, I didn't use this class. The Merchant is a relatively weak class battle-wise, but it does have some benefits in early game, such as earning more money, which is a godsend because money is super rare early in the game, or you can appraise items to find out who can equip it, or how much you can sell them for. And eventually, the Merchant can summon a shopkeeper in dungeons, which is good if you run out of healing items, or maybe you need something to restore your MP. Merchants have out-of-battle utility, but that's all they're really good for, so you're going to want to class change them as soon as possible. The Thief. I honestly used a Thief for most of the game. These guys are super speedy, have a chance to steal items after battle, on top of being able to inflict status effects. They also get the ability to lower encounters and track how many treasures are in a dungeon, or even find hidden treasures. Seriously, the Thief is a super amazing class, both inside and out of battle. Be sure to start with this one, especially if you're a completionist. The Martial Artist or Monk is another amazing class. Honestly, the Martial Artist is amazing in early game. They have high critical rates, and eventually they learn Critical Claim to guarantee a critical hit. This is incredibly important when it comes to Metal Slime and Liquid Metal Slime hunting for that sweet, sweet experience. The new class added to this remake is the Monster Wrangler. If you focus on the new Friendly Monster side quest, which I'll get into in a little bit, this class can ultimately kill any difficulty you have with the game. On top of that, they get a group heal very early, which is nice in early game. Seriously, an overpowered class, make sure to have one, or multiples, if you want to just coast through the game. Every game has to have a joke class, right? Well, in Dragon Quest III, that class is the Gadabout. This class is all but useless. The Gadabout will waste turns by just falling asleep randomly or paralyzing itself. Sometimes it even damages your party, though it does learn some abilities that are helpful, such as Whistle to summon battles which help with grinding, or an ability to raise spell damage. Not to mention low stats in everything except for luck. It does have one other benefit for the final class though. So, speaking of which, that final class is Sage. Sage is incredibly powerful. It learns every spell in the game, has access to very strong equipment, and can obliterate almost anything in the game, as well as having very decent stat growth. The Sage is the only class that you can't pick at the beginning of the game though, and you require a Words of Wisdom item to class change to it. However, there is one other way to obtain the Sage. If you can tolerate leveling up a Gadabout to level 20, you can class change to Sage without requiring the prerequisite item, Words of Wisdom. These jobs all have their positives and negatives, so building a party of well-rounded jobs is important to ultimately secure victory. After you get to All Trades Abbey, you get the ability to class change. Class changing is a bit unique in Dragon Quest III. When you class change, you retain all spells and abilities you've learned up to this point, and 50% of your stats, but you will drop down to level 1. This can be used to negate some of the negatives of certain classes. For example, the Warrior is a very powerful physical class, but struggles when it comes to agility. So to get over this negative trait, you may level up a Thief with their incredibly high agility and then class change to a Warrior, carrying over their innately high agility, so now you have a speedy rocket warrior that hits like a truck. Yes, this does mean lots of grinding, but hey, it's Dragon Quest. This series is basically known for the amount of grind it has, so get to it. Previously, I mentioned personalities. There are 45 different personalities in Dragon Quest III, and each personality will affect how your stats grow differently. For example, if you have the Acrobat personality, you'll have a high agility growth, but lower strength and luck. Or, if you have a Meathead personality, you're going to have a high strength growth, but lower wisdom and agility. This lets you pick and choose how you might want to grow a certain character and dedicate them to a certain role. There are books to completely change the personality of a character, or accessories to temporarily change that personality while the accessory is equipped. Some personalities are exceedingly amazing, such as Vamp or Sexy offering over 100% stat growth for every stat, or you have things like Gormand, which is really just awful for most stats. In addition, some personalities, and equipment for that matter, are limited to certain genders. For this reason, Appearance B, or female, is the preferable gender as they get access to the Vamp personality, which is arguably the best personality in the game, with stat growth of 110% strength, 120% agility, 105% resilience, 115% wisdom, and 120% luck. While talking about the genders of the character, I'm just gonna offer my thoughts on the whole censorship concern with this game. If you're unaware, there are a couple censor things in Dragon Quest III that caused a whole lot of kerfuffling over on social media prior to the game's release. The first was the fact that the genders changed from male and female to appearance A and appearance B. Personally, I find this as a non-issue, because if you choose appearance A, your character is still referred to as he, and appearance B is referred to as she. Even then, it doesn't change the game at all. Secondly, the promotional art. The female warrior got clothing under her armor. Honestly, this doesn't change anything in the game at all. In fact, the female warrior sprite doesn't even seem to be wearing these clothes, so again, non-issue. And lastly, there were some name changes in this version of the game. The one I noticed was the town of Ibis. Originally it was called Isis, to relate it to Egypt, I imagine. However, I'd assume it was changed due to world events. Honestly, I feel the complaints about what was changed is pretty minor since it doesn't really affect the gameplay at all. Just my 2 cents. Yes, censorship in games is bad, but in this case, I don't think it's really a concern. Moving on, the last thing I want to talk about is the newly added Friendly Monster side quest. This side quest replaced the monster medals from the Game Boy Color port of Dragon Quest III. While exploring the world, you will run into friendly monsters that you can recruit, and you can use these friendly monsters to fight in the newly added monster arena. Remember how I said the Monster Wrangler is overpowered? One ability the Monster Wrangler gets is called Monster Pylon. This ability does 4 hits on random enemies, and the more monsters that you collect, the more powerful this ability gets, to the point where it's just spammable during boss fights. Normally, you need to use abilities like Padfoot or the Item Musk to get close to friendly monsters so they don't run away. However, if you have a Monster Wrangler in your party, friendly monsters will just submit and join you without needing to have sneaking abilities or items. Okay, I lied. One more thing I want to talk about, difficulty settings. There are 3 difficulty settings: Draki Quest, Dragon Quest, and Draconian Quest. These can be changed at any time. On Draki Quest, enemies are weaker and it is impossible to die. Seriously, you cannot have your HP drop below 1, and you are immune to instant death spells. I won't lie, I did grind on this difficulty so I could just zone out and not worry about my HP. Then you have Dragon Quest, the standard difficulty, and then you have Draconian Quest. In Draconian Quest, your experience and gold is halved, and enemies are more powerful. I played through this game on Dragon Quest difficulty, and it was still pretty easy. I auto-battled my way through 80% of the game. Seriously, auto-battle is too smart. Right down to knowing that metal slimes and liquid metal slimes are a prime target, and to use instant kill abilities on them, as well as healing at the right time. However, this being said, it isn't flawless. The AI will still use spells on enemies with the bounce or reflect status. Part of me feels like this was done intentionally to punish people who spam auto-battle. Probably not the real reason, but it's my headcanon, so I'm going with it. Oh goodness, have you ever had a dream of the perfect remake, where it's basically your childhood, but prettier? Well, that's exactly what this remake of Dragon Quest III is. Not even just visually, but gameplay and just everything else. Yes, the visuals are absolutely gorgeous. The HD 2D art style is such an amazing glow up, and I am exceptionally happy that games from my childhood are being done like this. Character sprites are gorgeous, the world map looks beautiful, and just everything looks fantastic and detailed. My only complaint about the visuals is the blurred borders around the edge of the screen. I get it, it's done for effect, but I wish it could be turned off. It bothers my old eyes. It probably won't bother most people, but for me, it just wasn't something that I liked. Next, the music. Man, orchestral music needs to happen more often in games. I don't know if they were original remixes, but it sounds incredibly similar to the Dragon Quest III Symphonic Suite soundtrack. Everything sounds incredibly amazing. I especially love the world map theme. I loved it back in the early 90s, I loved it on the Game Boy Color, and I love it now. Honestly, the music is fantastic all around, and it really just makes Dragon Quest III feel even more lively than it ever was before. And finally, the voice acting. The voice acting of Dragon Quest III caught me by surprise. I was not expecting it. Keep in mind, if I'm looking forward to a game, I generally skip all trailers of it. Dragon Quest III was a game I wanted to play since it was initially announced. So honestly, I saw a few screenshots and that was it. When I first heard voice acting, I was a bit skeptical, but ultimately, it's a great addition. Each town has a different accent, in accordance to its relation to the town in the real world. These can range from a Portuguese accent to a Japanese accent, to even an Indian accent. I love the attention to detail for this. It breathes an incredible amount of life into the world and really gives that feeling of travel as if you're going from one country to another. I hope all future Dragon Quest remakes do this too. You set a standard, Square Enix. You can't back out now. Finally, how long to play Dragon Quest 3 and is the pacing acceptable? Honestly, I'm probably a bad judge for this. I have a tendency to grind a ton in Dragon Quest games. My playthrough took 38 hours to complete the main game. However, for a casual playthrough, you could probably play it in 25 to 30 hours with very minor issues, even shorter if you decide to play on Draki Quest difficulty. I just tend to grind lots and overlevel, so most people probably won't take over the 30-hour mark for the main game. There's also a few post-game dungeons as well, which can add another 20 plus hours depending on how much grinding you need to do. As for pacing, it's all over the place. So some dungeons are short and sweet and can be over and done within 10 minutes. Other dungeons, you'll be in them for hours. Not only because the dungeons are incredibly long, but the encounter rate. Now, I don't know what it is, but I feel like of all versions of Dragon Quest 3, this remake has the most insane encounter rate out of all of them. It just got downright frustrating, where it's every 2 to 3 steps. It honestly reminded me of Earthbound Beginnings, and I quit that game because of the encounter rate. The main dungeon that annoyed me with its terrible pacing is the Pyramid. This dungeon is long and agonizing, and coupled with an incredibly high encounter rate and enemies that like to cause status effects, it took forever. And this isn't even including the optional basement section where you can't use spells. It doesn't ruin the game, but for people who aren't accustomed to random encounters, I can understand why you may not be a huge fan of it. Just make sure to constantly cast Holy Protection, Padfoot, or spam Holy Waters if it's getting to be too much. So the pacing, if it wasn't for the encounter rate, it would be fine. It's really down to the individual though, and your tolerance of being constantly interrupted with a random encounter. So there you have it. Dragon Quest 3 is pretty much the perfect remake, and the HD 2D style complements it incredibly well. Overall, I'd give this remake a 9.5 out of 10, only losing points due to the agonizing encounter rate. Will you be picking up Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake, or have you already picked it up? Be sure to let me know in the comments below. Want more Shinky JRPGs? Well, if so, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and ding that notification bell so you don't miss any of my videos. And be sure to check out this video, I have a feeling it'll be right down your alley. This has been Shinky, thanks so much for watching, and until next time, have a wonderful day. Wow, if you're still here after 4 hours of JRPG reviews, congratulations, you are officially amazing. I would love to know which game review stood out as your favorite, and which game do you think I need to review next? Drop your picks in the comments below, and if you somehow want even more JRPGs, check out my 2023 review recap for another marathon of JRPG highs and JRPG lows. This has been Shinky, thanks so much for watching, and until the next one, have a wonderful day.